Good morning. Welcome. Sorry for the late start. We having a slow morning. My bones don't want me moving apparently. So they're rebelling this morning. I'm still not feeling particularly great. So I don't know how long of a stream we'll have for today, but I will stream until I start feeling worse and then I'll go back to sleep. The theme has been announced. I saw a message about it, but I have not checked the theme yet. I wanted to wait until I was on stream before we saw that. Just a heads up, the little kitty has the zoomies, and the old man dog is very grumpy. So if you hear screaming, that's what it is. He's just yelling at the kitty to get off his lawn. Alright, let's switch over to our desktop view. I've already got itch pulled up. That's not what I want. I want to drop an arrow. Game jams. Okay. I like how there's already submissions. Alright. With surprisingly small game jam this year. Less than 900, damn. Our theme this year is The World is Watching. You can take this theme as literally as you want or not. Maybe the world itself really is watching. It's been turned into a giant horrifying cosmic horror eyeball. Maybe not so literally. The world may be watching you because you're a streamer or a more major politician. Maybe you're the sole translator for an alien race and everyone is waiting to see what they say. Do you want to upload, kitty? Whatever your ideas for this, make them grand, weird, and try something you've never thought of before. Good luck. The world is watching. I don't like to do narrative-driven or story-driven games, which puts me in a weird spot for this one because I want to tie it to our mechanics. That's why I like building. It's the exact phrase. The world is watching. As I like to tie my themes to mechanics, I need to find a way to tie this directly into the mechanical systems of the game. That's going to be a hard one. I mean, if it hadn't been mentioned, being a streamer hadn't been mentioned explicitly, I probably would have tried something along the lines of I would probably go the route of VTuber. Except I have a specific game in mind that does the exact. I'm gonna put it down anyways. I can't remember the name of it. I remember seeing it a while back, playing it a while back actually. But it was a horror game, and you're a YouTuber, but taking a spin on that, trying to get your, stream count up. To be exact, viewer count up. I've seen some animes. Viewership gives you points or powers. This is the believer system. We've got, I've seen quite a few animes that are built around this. One that immediately comes to mind on this one is the dungeon streamer, where you are, I've seen this a couple times in anime, some sort of little floating eyeball camera thing hovers around your party as you I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. As they clear a dungeon, live streaming it back for an audience to watch. And so you're not just clearing a dungeon. Your goal is to put on a show to increase your viewers. And so we got two main mechanics that I've thought of so far that branch directly out of this. The core gameplay loop is increasing your viewers versus the tying your point system or power unlocks to viewers. So this one is number go up is the core of the game. This one, do a things to make number go up so you can do more of the thing. So it's primary versus supplementary mechanic. The world is watching. We have obviously the cosmic horror side of things in particular, but that's not something I've ever been interested in. This is a hard one from a mechanical standpoint. It really just kind of boils to, if we're looking at it from a mechanical standpoint, everyone watching you as a mechanic is going to have to do something to draw an audience. So the question really comes down to, what is the something? And what does increasing your audience provide to you? And if it's... So let me shift this a little bit. Let's look at it from this point. There's the obvious one of Silent Watcher, which would be the cosmic horror side of things. I'm not interested in doing this, but just to make sure for completeness, it's there. The more interesting ones to me are going to be things like increase, maintain viewers, followers. No, like I said, I'm not particularly interested in doing this, so we're going to grade out. Are there any... So when we look at it from... Let's split this. Increase viewers. We'll call it viewership. Can I just drag this into it? No. I need the note first. Increase followers. I'm just saying this now. If my fiance were here, I wouldn't have a choice in this. It would be increase followers. And specifically, Cult of the Mothman. This would be our game, and I wouldn't get a say. but she's out of town. So under increase the viewership side. Let's go ahead and delete these lines. Move some things around. I can't tell where. So I have horizontal scroll limits, but when you scroll out, the horizontal limits kind of get wonky. So it's kind of hard to tell where I can and can't place things. So if I just drop that there. Yeah, it seems like it always just gives me a border around whatever I'm working on. I just, when I'm in views, I just can't always. So if I grab this and move this, I am at the point where going left of here, I can drop it wherever. Okay, good. That's what I need to know. So if I ever need more space, I just zoom out and drop something outside of the normal bounds, and I get more space, which is nice. Okay, so let me increase this a little bit. So under increase viewership, we can do the VTuber route. Let's do that one straight down. We can do viewership. And let's drop this and do dungeon streamer. So these are the two that fit under viewership to me. There are other things we can do that are more story driven, but we can tie these into the mechanical systems pretty easily. A dungeon crawler where your goal, like think DMC, where Flare drives up viewers. This could be a more cozy game style where you are trying to tweak your environment or stuff like that between streams. So, you know, adding stuff to your backdrop or changing the layout on your stream and things like that. This one will require a lot of art assets though, which will be kind of hard for me. Not that some Flare based gameplay isn't going to require a lot of art assets. We don't have to do this necessarily off of Flare. We can do it off of like kill streaks or things like that, but tie it directly to the combat system in one way or another. When I hear the word followers, my mind immediately goes to things like Age of Empires for the conversion system tied to priests. Finding my fiance would love this. Finding a gameplay loop that would fit into this well, and the art for it, I think is going to be hard. I do really like that though. Let me see if I can find anything on itch. We're going to need sprites, textures, characters. I think these are going to be the top ones. I like this. Not particularly relevant, I don't think, but this one might be relevant though. Take a look at that. Now, we do have to keep in mind, we do know how to make, it's still limited on our understanding, but we do know how to make shaders. So we can tweak these asset packs to some extent. And we can apply those to individual textures as well. So we can apply different shaders to different asset packs, or the same shader with different parameters, stuff like that. Not sure how I feel about this art style. I do like the direction they went with their structure, though. So you can apply the different, you have the base frames and idols and stuff like that, but you can apply different layers to them. This is focused on UI, it looks like. Or I guess you could use this as your entire gameplay. And these quite fit what we're looking for. This style of having progression in monsters for their different packs actually would work really good for what I have in mind right now. Unfortunately, none of their monsters lined up with what I was interested in. Let me see. Do they have... This is ELV Games asset content, the Ultimate RPG Monsters pack. 102 monsters for your game. $69 frames per enemy. So the problem is, if they're only doing 6 to 9 frames, I'm willing to bet this is meant to be an idle or a single attack for each monster. And I'm going to want to treat the... If we can find a Mothman, I'm going to want to treat him like a character. So we need more than that. It's a lot of assets. Another option for us is using a cat. Let's look at one that's got characters as the reference. All right. I do want it to be maybe I need to trigger something, but I do want it to be in 2D. Maybe if I flip through, well, not formats, if I flip through some themes. Technically, I think this would fit under fantasy. What I have in mind. Or gothic, possibly. Some cool asset packs in here, though. I'm not just searching for what we want, hoping that maybe one of these asset packs will trigger something for me. See what kind of packs we get when we search with Gothic. Yeah, it strays more vampire undead-y. Let's do Let's see if there's anything under cute. Said just for a guard. Yeah. I'm not really feeling anything going this route. I'm not going to be able to create the art for what I have in mind. I'm seeing some packs that would work for the other things. Like if I could, grab a mimic and maybe some, enemy creatures, not necessarily this one, stuff like that. I could do the dungeon crawler for sure. There's also plenty of, there's immeasurable amounts of monster packs that I can get for free of, similar enough art styles that I can make that work. Hell, there was one pack that just had, like 100 monsters in it. So that would give me that route as an option. But I'm not really seeing anything that would work for the Cult of the Mothman route. I can, depending on how I wanted to do the followers and everything else and the core gameplay that's tied to it on how you do the conversion and everything, finding that wouldn't be a problem. I could use one of the base character packs like this, not necessarily this one, because we saw one earlier that allowed for a lot of like customization. So we can find one that allows for customization. I could look at that through all the options in that monster pack, find one that looks Mothman-ish and use him as a statue instead of the character himself. That would be an option. Chibi Monsters demo pack. Customizable body parts. That's funny. Yeah, I'm not really getting inspired on any of those topics with anything I'm finding sprite-wise. If we go the RPG route, this one could be really useful, though. We want to do something cute, like a cozy game. One of these cat packs would be pretty useful. Are these from the same creator? Where is the creator listing? Pixel Cats Mega Pack. Cat pack, wolf pack, fox pack. Demonic edition cat pack. A few UIs too. Zombie cats, zombie dogs. Eggs. I see you just making yourself at home in my lap. I might grab that. Do you want up here too, Nadine? All the cats have decided they want to come join us for the stream. I just can't find art for this one, which doesn't overly surprise me. That seems pretty specialized. Here, maybe if we actually form a search on it. Remove my filters. I don't think that's something I'm going to be able to. Oh, there's a Mothman. PNG sprites. It is not pixel art though. Transparent PNGs. It is not going to have animations, it looks like. So that would be the entirety of what we get. Huh. That's not exactly what I was hoping for on that one. There's another website that I can't think of off the top of my head. It looks like the ads are being a little wonky today, so I'm going to run one real quick so that we're not in the pre-roll. So give me just 1 minute. We'll run that. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and see what the cats are fighting about. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right. Hey, little kitty. You want to say hi to the stream? This one's the little baby. She's a tubby little baby, but she's the little baby of the family. All right. Please don't knock that off. She's now on the desk. Okay. I was thinking about this. I don't know. What if we split the theme? Something like that, and then we can do a theme split. And we have follow a more traditional brainstorming thing. So we've got world, watching. This is what it effectively boils down to. So far, we've been taking world as one of two options, meaning either world as a celestial body, so the physical version of it, or world as the collective version. But there are other definitions. So let's pop open a tab to the side. All right, so we have the definitions we've been using, which is world as collective people of a planet. Let's phrase it as such. And then we've got world as the celeste. Here's another one that we didn't account for. A celestial body. Plurality, worlds. That's an option for us. We can look at it from the stance of not Earth, but one of the other planets watching. This doesn't actually say watching you, just is watching. So far, we've been meaning this to say, you know, in all of these examples, it has been watching we'll call it spectating. Let's watching definition. We're using it from the sense of observing. And so far, in all of these cases, we've been observing you as an individual, but that is not the only thing that could be getting observed. It just says the world is watching. It doesn't say watching what. It could be literally anything. All right, so we've got observing as a primary definition. We've got watching as in exercising care or caution. Restraint. This would be like watching your diet. All right. Or to look out or be alert. I'll put another one. Restraint or caution. And so this could be, examples of this would be alert. Or to be careful, or, you know, watching extra. There is an archaic definition that is to remain awake for the purpose of religious observance. Adds a little bit of extra weight to the cult side of things. I just realized I don't know where my phone's at. I should probably go find that. We'll do that in a little bit. On world side, we've got the, you know, the celestial body, and so technically it's a celestial body here, but it's all of the people, societies, and institutions on Earth, so the collective people of the planet. Another planet like the Earth, so a celestial body. Can also mean the material universe or all that exists, so everything. Oops. We've got you can scope it to a region or group of countries, but collective people of the planet kind of fits that. So a group of people. You can use it to denote a period in time. Period of history. The ancient world is the example they use in the dictionary, or the, this isn't really a dictionary, but when I search for it. A person's life and activities. I think these are the ones I want to work from. There's a few others, like a person's life and activities is one. So one's world, human and social interaction. He's almost completely withdrawn from the world, stuff like that. Not really interested in that. The celestial body one is going to be hard. We have to remember, it's the world is what is watching. So the world is observing. It's a weird one. So when we say watching, we could mean observing. We could mean to watch out for. So alert, careful, to restrain oneself, to watch out for your weight. Technically, the modern world fits under a period of history. And we can be alert or be careful of something, or even just observe. So a game where the goal is for scientists of the modern era to observe events in the future, to make changes now to impact them, would fit under the world is watching. Because it doesn't define what. So any definition under the world, that could mean a period in history, you know, a collective for all or all people on our planet, either works, or the planet itself. All of those fit under the categorization of world. And it is the one watching, whatever that collective entity is watching. And then watching could mean observing, but it can also mean to watch out for or to be careful of. And so if it is observing the future, Yeah, it also means we could be observing other things as well. So we could refer to the collectives of the planet or a period in time. I'm not particularly interested in doing anything cosmic horror. I'm not a fan of horror games to begin with, so it doesn't make sense for me to build them. Which kind of rules out the celestial bodies watching, because the planet itself watching fits squarely in cosmic horror, and there's not really much I can do. When we refer to the collective people of a planet as the world, or a time period as the ancient world or the modern world, that gives us flexibility to venture outside of cosmic horror. Because when we're talking an entity monitoring you the size of a planet, think like even from a more mundane, it's not the right word, abstract sense, the moon in Zelda Majora's Mask would fit under this categorization. It is the moon technically is a world unto itself. It is large enough to be considered as such, I would say. It's definitely a celestial body. It does wonder. It specifically says another planet like the Earth, so it would need to be a planet. But some similarities to that planet, satellite, moon, star. So those are all similar to the plural noun worlds. So we could maybe fit moon under it, but we can definitely fit another planet under it for sure. But in all those senses, it would require us to create artwork customized to the game, which, if it's just the one, wouldn't be too terrible, but fitting it in a 2D world tastefully and meaningfully, that one might be difficult. As such, I'm not a huge fan of this. I also think this one is a little too vague for our purposes. It doesn't really constrain or narrow things down at all, in my opinion. So we really have two definitions of each. We're either looking at the people of a planet, doesn't necessarily have to be Earth, just the people of a world, or a period of history. A period of history watching makes me think of time travel. But the reality is a period of history itself can't observe anything. So even going this route, we're relying on the people in that period of time observing, which means this is kind of redundant for our purposes. So we're looking at the people of a planet. This is our definition of world. That we've more or less narrowed that down. I don't know of another way we can make that work aside from the collective people of a planet. Now, we can treat them in growing. Realistically, we have two options. We can either everyone is currently / always currently always watching. So this is one category. Or the goal is to grow your followers / viewers. This is where the interesting part comes in. Is everyone always watching what you're doing? So you don't want to fuck up in front of the world. Or are you trying to get more people interested? So are you trying not to lose people? Or are you trying not to, mess up in front of everyone? Or are you trying to impress people to grow your followers? This is really where we have the two options. And coming off of that, we then need to relate it to the other half, which is watching. And so we can either exercise restraint or caution. So, the people of the world are watching out for something. This could lead into these two can lead into the concept of, let's do this. Oops. Something like that. Like that. All right, so a joint concept between these could be something like world is watching out for an invasion. That's the everyone. And exercising caution. Under observing, we have the individual. And so the joining of those concepts is, what we're talking about up here of the increasing viewership style. So everyone is already watching or increase who is watching up to all. And this gives us the what do we call it? Increase viewers / followers. So we have that as an option. And then the last one that comes to mind when I say observing or watching is something else. I don't know what that else is. It could mean watching another planet, watching another species, watching, you know, it could mean anything. Observing an asteroid, you know. That would actually be a good one. If we do the conjoined concept of something, watching something else, and everyone. Oops. This overlap gives a, you know, asteroid watcher. Prevent our death kind of game. Think. What's the name of that movie? Armageddon. Deep Impact is another one. Apparently there's a more satirical Don't Look Up. I think those films where the world is doomed, an asteroid's going to kill us all kind of thing. And all we can do is observe and watch. So watching an asteroid plummeting towards Earth and we're trying to stop it kind of thing. That would be an option here. That could also kind of fit this version of watching. So if we link this back to and drop these, we've got all of these, which will say fit under this category. Can we add a like collection? What's column? Perfect. Increase viewers, followers. Let's collapse it, move it here. And then we got world is watching for an invasion. Watching out for just like that. We'll add a column here. Paste, collapse. And then everyone is currently watching, and they're watching you. Or sorry, the world is like the people are watching you. Gives you this increasing viewers or followers. We've got the flip side of this. I mean, realistically, I mean, everything falls into this category. You're, you know, either already popular or trying to increase your popularity. That's this category. I cannot think of another way to go about this combination. Everyone is, so this is the increasing. Our ad is about to start, so we're going to let that run for a moment. And we'll be right back. And we're back. I did have one more idea. I'm not sure. I think this could fit under either category. Well, either from the sense of the world, meaning everyone is already watching, or increase your popularity, depending on what spin you wanted to take on this. So I'm going to put it here anyways. And the concept here is, how do we add another card to this? Okay. That's a weird way of handling it. Okay. Call it death games. Think. Damn, what's the name of that game? Or that movie? Hunger Games. That's the. Think Hunger Games. The world is watching you fight to survive, essentially. There's a few different takes on that across a few different implementations and genres and styles and things like that. So we have quite a bit of flexibility, to be honest, on that one. I did grab my phone. We have watch out for. This would be our asteroid. even though it is something else, not the player. That does also bring up an interesting concept. We have supervillains, player trying to destroy the world. This gives us our super villain style. Because again, it could be you or something else for both of these, to be honest. So watching out for the player. This is more of the like good sense, and this is more the you're on the news. You know, you're growing in popularity, you're on the news kind of thing, and this is you're on the news. But I am gonna go ahead, I think, and buy this cozy asset pack. I don't have a use for it just yet. Maybe we'll use it on this one, but let me just click through real quick over here. It's a large asset pack of things I'm willing to bet I will use at some point in time for quite cheap. So, wow, I have a lot of notifications on my phone. I hate that it doesn't track my previous numlock settings on here for some reason. Baffles me that it would even offer for me to pay later on $8.50. All right. I'm not quite sure where this thought is going just yet. But I'm currently scrolling through the bundle of asset packs I just bought. I'm thinking about this, and one of the options we do have that would fit under this category of the world is watching, or we could take it either the cosmic horror route, or I guess world destruction route, or we could take it the gaining followers route. You could play like some sort of cosmic horror entity that is in the body of a cat. And you are either gaining followers or hell-bent on world domination or destruction or whatever. And you play through how to either amass followers or amass power or whatever. That would be an option. Okay. It fits kind of under both of these. It would be kind of funny to do a cosmic horror-esque. I guess it wouldn't really fit under cosmic horror so much as supervillain-esque cozy game. Because you're striving for world domination essentially. And we could use those cat packs that we just got. And so you could, as you would start with a set amount of money. You would play. So I'm thinking in my mind, I'm thinking there would be two primary phases. There would be a on-stream and off-stream phase. On-stream, you would be a cat. You know, your goal is to be cute and attract followers, and so you'd have different actions you could do that would increase follower count or increase income. So people like encourage people to give you bits or things like that, like a normal streamer would. So you could on stream, you would do actions to engage with your community to increase viewers, increase followers, and get like, subscriptions or bits or whatever. I'd probably simplify it to where you have, live viewers, and then a portion of those would return every stream. And then you can grow, you can do actions to grow the people watching currently. The amount of viewers you have would earn you a daily income combined with actions you performed that might get you tips, essentially. And that would be your income source. And then off stream, you could spend your income to buy things. I don't know if we would need to do food. Maybe we set it up as kind of a survival thing. But off stream, you would be able to do your building phase where you can set up everything for your stream. Purchase things, sell things, place things. That is allowing a customizable space is quite a bit of work, though, from a game dev standpoint. It's a lot of interactions I have to build. So that one's pretty complex. But there would be two primary game loops in that sense. The underlying goal is once you hit a certain level of followers, we would also probably want some sort of upgrade system. I don't know, it feels wonky. I feel like it would be cute. It'd be a fun, cozy, cute game. I don't see it being a particularly engaging game, mainly because I'm not interested in those. It's not a game I would normally play, is the thing. It makes me think of games like Unpacking, which is just one of those chill vibe, cozy games, which is not as something I'm interested in playing. I bought the Cozy Pack because including animals and cats into other games is what I'm most interested in. It also had some asset packs for like horror theme and user interface stuff and like plants and those kinds of things. And there is a good one for the demonic cat. It's a Halloween cat pack. Where's no, I just saw it not too long ago. Is it on the previous page? Here we go. Really? I just want to see the... There we go. So we have this. So we can get all of these and add them to the space. We also have all their other packs for extra peripheral stuff. So that is, if we wanted to go that route, we could have the player be a demonic cat trying to take over the world. I am fairly good at keeping up on hydration. I got that coffee going. I appreciate it, though. Hmm. I don't necessarily mind that approach. I am kind of worried about the implementation time, specifically on the off-stream side of it. That seems like a pretty hefty one. Being able to do all of the room building. Also, the on-stream, if you're just playing as a cat, I feel like could get pretty boring pretty quick. I would have to refine and figure out the core mechanic gameplay loop. I think that's the big part. I could mash up some of these. The most time we have practice-wise on building things is tied to dungeon delving. Especially when it comes to the roguelite style. But all of the player model from a movement standpoint and those kinds of things, as well as combat and attacks and those everything that would be associated with that, all fits under this category. So we could use that as a core mechanic, lean it more like dungeon exploration. We can actually build the dungeons if we want to, instead of trying to procedurally generate them. So it's not really a roguelike. It would lose some of the replayability for it. There's nothing preventing us doing a platformer or a puzzler either with those style of character movement. It does limit us on replayability, and it focuses things in on level design, which is not a strength of mine. I did just have a thought that would be a variant of this. How do I phrase this? It's not the right word. I can picture it in my head. I'm just trying to figure out a way to verbalize it. You would play as a I'm thinking kind of like a fungus. If you think specifically, there's a fungus out there that when it infects ants will cause them to, like, it takes over their mind. It causes them to climb to the top of a tree where the fungus will grow through them, kill them, and then spray its spores out into the air to spread. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Now, there's a game that has done this. It is if I remember correctly, it's the zombies in Last of Us, I think it is, that does this, where it takes over people. That I'm not trying to do this as zombies, but you would control a fungus that functions as it would function as like a hive mind. So my basis for this, and what I'm thinking from a visual standpoint, is if you've watched Rick and Morty, there's the hive mind that Rick dates at one point in time. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And so the goal here, it would follow this like increase your followers style, but it would be less of a, convince people to follow you, which would be the more like cult or like YouTuber, streamer, whatever setup. And it would be more of the like forced acclamation style. And so you're trying to take over the world as a fungus that is just forming a hive mind. How you play this would be rough. Like, the only thing I can think of would be if you're familiar with Plague Inc. That's what comes to mind for how you would spread this. I don't want to just make a, Yeah, it was a good one though. I'm also a big fan of Samurai Jack too. I'm struggling to think of other ways to implement this gameplay that's not just like Plague Inc. or in some other kind of like Risk style world map view where you're just spreading. So effectively, you control the zombie outbreak. I can't think of a good way to do that one mechanically. That would be engaging. That's not just a ripoff of Plague Inc. You know what I mean? I do keep coming back to this demonic cat one though. That would be funny. You instead of spreading through the sense of like taking over people, it's spreading for the sense of like creating new mimics. And so your goal is to slowly take over enough objects to where you could just one day take over the world. That comes back to when we start thinking about that, especially from the sense of the world is watching, the scale and scope that it has to play at to hit the theme would require it to be like that Plague Inc. style of you have a map of the world, and that's how you trigger the spread and stuff like that. And so I can think of some pretty interesting ways to do the hive mind, like mimics, especially a mimic style one, where it's like at night when everybody's sleeping, you need to sneak around without making noise, and so we can make it like a stealth game. And so you're a mimic trying to sneak around at night to spread and create more mimics. We'd have to get interesting with how you create an additional mimic and stuff like that, and that'd be pretty cool. But then we have that whole issue of like, how does that become a threat to the world? You know what I mean? Because of modern technology, when it comes to like amassing a cult or streaming and things like that, modern technology allows us to hand wave some of that, because you can just, the world can just be numbers on the screen kind of thing. As a mimic or a virus or a fungus or something like that, though, we can't just rely on it from the numbers on a screen standpoint, especially if the goal is to have it a hive mind structure. I'm struggling to picture a fun, engaging way to do the cult style mechanic. As much as my fiance would love me to do a Cult of the Mothman game, I'm struggling to find this as a fun, engaging way of doing it that would hit the scale that we're going to need to check off our theme. That would be kind of interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing that anime. That sounds like a fun anime to watch. I feel like the Death Games one could be a good one, but it goes back to the dungeon streamer style. It's a different flavor, but we can just build a combat-oriented game. And you're trying to survive, obviously, but simultaneously, outside of just surviving, you want to make it, you're surviving in the most entertaining ways possible to accumulate additional viewers. And so you are attempting to survive whatever threat you're in at that point in time, but you're also trying to grow your viewership. Those are the most interesting to me so far. I'm not particularly interested in this one, although if I did it, it would be this route for sure. All right, our ad is about to start here in 20 seconds. So I'm going to grab something to drink real quick, and I will be right back around the time the ad ends. And I will answer your question once I return. All right, so I will see you guys here in about a minute and a half. And we're back. All right. Did you know the scientists have ran a study and discovered the fastest moving liquid? It's milk, because it's pasteurized before you even see it. I appreciate the joke. All right. What do we want to build? I'm leaning towards something related to RPG-esque 2D combat, just because I can knock out a player controller for that. And enemy AI and a tile set and get that built within a couple days. And so we can have a basic either, you know, obviously I wouldn't have a procedurally generated world within a couple days, but we could have a tile set all together with an area we can move around with AI enabled and those kinds of things within a few days. So we can start playing around with it. Fitting it into our core mechanic system is a bit of a stretch, though. Especially because I'm not a big narrative style. I don't like a lot of text and things in my games. So relating back the core concept, what you're trying to do and those kinds of things to the user feels odd. Which leans me a little bit towards the Hunger Games style of like, you don't have a choice and this is a spectator event. How we relate that back to the user is going to be a problem once again. If we have spectators, it makes more sense. We could go the route of, if we look at Asteroid Watcher, we could go the route of you being an astronomer. It's a little boring on gameplay mechanic initially is the problem, but searching for asteroids, I don't know how we can make it interesting, because if you the actual art of searching for asteroids for people that aren't specifically into that is pretty damn boring. We can mix it up quite a bit to make it at least visual and not just numbers, which will help quite a bit. But it's still not going to be like you're just trying to find moving asteroids and calculate their trajectories to see if it's going to collide with the Earth or not. I don't know how to make that interesting. The next thought after that is, once you have an asteroid that we're worried with, it falls into either building awareness for it, or the next logical thing would be build awareness for it and then destroy it or prevent it. If we skip the first two, we can just jump straight to the third one. But that would be a fairly... I mean, 2D destroying asteroids. It's just like an old arcade game at that point. Not particularly interesting. I keep going back to the ones where you're trying to amass followers. Specifically, the demonic cat. I feel like that one would be funny. Yeah, I mean, I can mix it up on how we do it to some extent, but unless we want the entire game to be destroying a singular asteroid and then the game's over and we have a 5-minute game, we could go the route of like, you know, some of the movies where you have to actually land on the asteroid and plant TNT to blow it up and yada yada and things like that. But then it's destroy a singular asteroid is the game. Things like that. We have some variants in here that we could do that fits into this categorization. If you start thinking of it from the sense of like, I mean, I'm trying to avoid cosmic horror where we use the celestial bodies as creatures themselves, because that gets us into things that we can do adjacent to it, like Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, for example, where the moon is the main threat, or think the floating head things from Rick and Morty, stuff like that. Unfortunately, I'm not an artist, so creating custom art for those kinds of entities, especially if we want any sort of real animations tied to them, is a bit of a problem. Portraying, I enjoy working with 2D, and so portraying those in a tasteful, meaningful way in a 2D world also becomes a bit of an issue, because the visual scope. Now, it does lend us a little bit of work a little bit in our favor, because if they're that large, in order to even have them on the screen from a 2D standpoint, puts them in a like long distance parallax background, and we could do a you know, side view like scroller platformer, something like that, which would mean they're quite small, and so we can get away with limited artistic capabilities if I can find an asset pack that has a planet or a moon to start with, and I just need to draw a face on it. You know what I mean? So there is some flexibility we can get in that front, but doing that in an interesting way becomes the problem. Because now I'm comparing whatever I build against, like, you know, if I'm doing an RPG, then I'm comparing it against Zelda. Even an older, like one of the considered lower Zelda games is still a pretty high bar. I kind of want to stray away from full-on RPGs, just because the amount they tend to be very story heavy, and they tend to have a lot of items in them, both of which are fairly time-consuming things to implement. So limiting the number of items helps a lot from a time standpoint, or making the items very samey, and then it's just a matter of finding icons. Limiting little to no NPC interactions would be ideal, but it's going to be kind of hard with a world as watching standpoint unless we just treat people as numbers, which isn't ideal, but you know. We do have the option I'm struggling to see how this would work. But instead of Cult of the Mothman, it could be a Doom cult where you are the asteroid, and then your followers are trying to summon you to destroy the world, kind of thing. I'm not quite sure how we would go about increasing and doing the whole like follower interaction thing. Like, what would the gameplay be? You know what I mean? Hmm. I'm still struggling on the gameplay side of it, on how we would make it engaging and interesting. But I'm really liking the idea of a dark, cozy game. I also just really like the asset pack we found. Is it this one? No. I just really like this asset pack. I just want an excuse to use this asset pack, I think. um, I can think of a few ways to handle this that would give us an option to fully utilize the asset pack from the sense of growing a streaming community. But it would remove player interaction from, you wouldn't be the cat in that scenario. I would just build, this is a player controlled model with, like when certain triggers happen, you can phase through the different things that the cat can do. And so that would really, like, it would be a mind-boggling amount of state machine progression controller. Like the AI for this would be rough to build, but and that wouldn't even touch on player interaction stuff. And then the player focus would be a stream manager. So you're trying to grow your cat's following, and so you're doing things like managing the live stream to grow the following of your cat who's trying to destroy the world. Because we got an evil cat. It would be a super cute, cozy game. Very dark. I don't think the gameplay for it would be particularly engaging, though. don't really have any. I guess there's an eating animation, although it looks like it has, yeah, it has an actual food with it too. There's no play animation aside from the box, even though there are little toys. If I strip down what we do with the cat, like what animations are relevant for different things that we can do, we can trigger different actions as a goal, with the goal of entertaining people. Some of these, like idle, sleepy, sleeping, and idle 1 versus idle 2 can just be variants on idling. For, you know, when you start idling, it picks one of the 2 idle states, and then when you're idling, it can transition after a time period. It'll transition to sleepy and then sleeping, kind of thing. That would be an easy way of handling that. Excited and dancing can be trigger things that you do. Surprise can be when someone throws you something, you know, stuff like that. Eating can be an interaction with the food bowl. Laying down can be the phase between sleepy and sleeping, you know, stuff like that. Box animation can be interacting with the box, kind of thing. And then it becomes a way of interacting with the community through animations and engaging different toys or things like that during the streaming phase. And then when the stream ends, it would be purchasing and placing of things you could interact with, stuff like that. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like it would scratch the cozy game itch for a lot of people. But it's also not gonna do it for an extended period of time, you know what I mean? Like 1 or 2 loops is about the extent. I guess during the streaming phase, we could have event triggers happen. Kind of like spending of bits to request a thing on a stream. I'm not sure how to relate it back into stuff, but we can do things like spawn toys, spawn food, spawn a box. Those are all things that we could have as interactions. I'm struggling to make this work. I don't know how to. I can't think of a good way to make this an actual fun, engaging game. Conceptually, I think it has good appeal. Because a dark, cozy game, I feel like fits a pretty solid, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it has a high visual appeal. Also, the art for this, I think, looks great, which is why I want to use it. But I can't just rely on appeal. It needs, like, the appeal side of things will get people to look at it, but I need them to play it. Not just start a playthrough, you know what I mean? I could rebuild my stealth game that I did for the last game jam. But instead of, I can use the cat. Does it have a walking? I just realized there's no... They don't have a walking animation. How's the cat intended to move around? It just, is this meant to be like a idle pet on your screen, maybe? I didn't realize they didn't have a moving animation. Wild. Let me see if one of the other cat asset packs that they are in part of this bundle has a movement. They've got a ninja asset pack. The bunny asset packs have movement. Here's the cat pixel mega pack. They have a run in here. I can put... Okay. I can put a shader. Because the difference between... Oh, I closed it, didn't I? This is a more in-depth animation. But the main thing that makes this otherwise just normal black cat look so evil is the red eyes. Because if you look at the... Let me see if I can get a bigger version of this. Oh, here's the Halloween cat. Maybe that's what I need to do, is find the Halloween cat. Oh, this is supposed to be a little vampire cat. Is that what that is? I think this was also part of the bundle. Yeah, Toffee Craft. See, this one has run animation for the cats. And the main difference between the black cat and here, if I can... Ooh, do they not showcase the black cat? I mean, I own this bundle pack now. So let's just... What's it? Okay, so... All cats paid. Extract here. Oh, I guess I don't need to move this off screen. I already... I guess I don't really care if you guys see this. All right. Black cat. There's an attack animation. It's got a little claw swipe. All right. That's cute. A little pounce and claw swipe. That's hilarious. All right. This has a running animation for the cat. But what we're interested in here is not just this. We also want... Let's grab... Evil cat paid. Let's grab... There was one more. Let me see if I can find it. Some of the asset packs they created are evil cat. Idols, sleeping, dancing, sleepy, excited. There is not. There are 0 movement animations. Wow. All right, our next ad is about to start. Got less than a minute. I am going to continue searching through these while that ad goes. It's real unfortunate that this doesn't have movement. I'm gonna see if I can find a black cat that is close enough that has all the animations we want, and I can make it look evil. That's not a big deal for us. Is the same black cat from the other asset pack. Which means we don't need this. So we have all cats. Just want you know. I'll wait for the ad to end. We got a minute left on the ad. I'm not seeing anything else in here that will fit for cats. The cat pack doesn't have movement. That's wild to me that they would have those cats without movement. There's an astronaut cats. Let's look at the retro cats. And Halloween edition. Is our ad over? Yeah, it is. Okay, so I found this. I think is amazing. Oh, just this is the thing. The cat slimes. This is the evil cat slime. I love this. All right. Let's download this one. So this is the retro cats. Cats. All cats black. All right. So this has a running animation, which is what we're looking for. Let me adjust this to better fit. What? Weird. Okay. Oops. So we can get a slightly higher resolution running version of this cat that is black. There are a few different options on colors as well. That is brutal. Death animation. Wow. That damage animation, though. Alright, well, this gives us the option for that. Again, I can change, especially because there's no other yellow in any of these except for the box one. Right? So if I zoom in on one of these sprites, I can key this exact color that we're finding here through a shader, or I guess I can actually just edit my sprite sheets, to be honest. But I can key that exact color to be whatever we want. So I can make him look evil if I wanted to. Let's look at the excited. Does this look? That looks the same to me. Okay. That means all of these are following the exact same sprites. They're just painted different colors, which is perfect. That's what we want. The reason for that being is if we really wanted to, we can repaint primary, secondary, and tertiary colors onto these cats. So we could, and then we can apply them through shaders, which would give us the option to customize them. When we start getting to outline colors, I think we might just need to do darker shade of primary. So if we do primary, secondary, tertiary, and then we could do like eye color. We could do outlines as a darkened version of primary. Blend lines would be a darkened version of secondary. And then eye color would just be eye color. So we would need to paint the cat models like 4 colors. The stripes on this cat are a different color. Same goes for this cat. So there's a less darkened version of the primary. So you've got 2 stages of darkening. I guess we also have it for this as well. 2 stages of darkening for the secondary. In this one, the cheek and the ear match. But in this cat, they don't. They're slightly different. this might be a little bit difficult. It would be time consuming, especially when we look at how many sprites there are on one of these sheets. Repainting all of this to trim down to a handful of colors that we can then use to key off of in a shader would be quite a large amount of work, to be honest. Man, that death animation is brutal. The brutal one. There's a dead 2 though, which is less brutal. That's a little a little less emotionally damaging version of dead. So we do have, again, running a death animation, a jump animation, a hurt animation, an attack animation, and then 3 box animations if we want to do boxes. And that's relevant because if we want to go the route of one of our, like, for example, if we rebuild that stealth game and we use the cat for it, from a mechanical standpoint, I can drastically step back on what we did for the AI. We'd still want the vision cones and stuff, but if we take a pretty massive step back, we can get a cat moving through an area with enemy AIs that will chase the cat and try and capture it. That would be pretty easy for us to pull off. We can set up specialized collisions so that we could, like, introduce, instead of doing it in a dungeon, we can do it like in a house, so you can, like, run under chairs and tables and stuff to use those as blockades. I was watching a thing on using Y sorting for tile sets, so I should be able to implement that, which would give us the ability to run beneath things in a, you know, slightly better looking fashion, which would be good for us. That would give us a interesting chase mechanic that would work out. I'm not quite sure how we would have to do the AI for once they can no longer gain access to the player. I'll have to fiddle with that one. But the problem from a gameplay standpoint, that falls into essentially the stealth style gameplay, stealth and run, which would fit pretty well with a lot of the mechanics that we know and we have built at some point in time. It would fit more into a cozy setting. We just bought cozy stuff, so that's not a big problem for us. Tying it back to our theme, though, is the problem. Do you remember? We're going, the world is watching is our theme. So how we tie that back is where the big thing comes in for us. So we can go the route of we can go the route of your character is attempting to take over the world. I like that. You're a cosmic core trapped in the body of an evil cat. It seems like a fun aesthetic. for us. But we still need to figure out why, or sorry, we would have a core gameplay loop, but it doesn't really tie into the core mechanic. And so we need to come up with, or it doesn't really have a core mechanic, just a gameplay loop. And so we do need to come up with an interesting mechanic to tie that together. And I'd prefer that mechanic to be tied to the theme. We could go the other direction. So this whole time I've been thinking of it from the sense of growing a follower base to increase your power. It's kind of the approach I've been thinking about this when we talk from the sense of, you know, the demonic cat style. We could go the other route. It would require us to set up a cinematic intro to make it make sense. But if you are some sort of like extraplanar entity that everyone is aware of that somehow ended up in the form of a cat, we would need to figure that one out. It would explain why people are chasing you and trying to capture you. So if it's a sense of we're transitioning from your, you know, an entry level demonic entity trying to gain followers to gain power, to the inverse of that, where you had power and you lost it, and now you're trying to regain it before people capture you. I think that would be a good one, because then it gives an incentive on why people are interested in you, which fits into that everybody's watching standpoint. We can do it purely through cutscene, so we don't have to do much in the form of dialogue or narrative. Although I do kind of want to introduce some level of dialogue. I'm thinking, when I say dialogue here, I'm thinking along the lines of like the old Fear games, where it just it would require some expansions to how we handle the AI. But if we establish a shared alert system, which realistically we can just do through proximity checks between our AIs. So if an AI is within a certain range of another AI, we can have the initial AI that detected you trigger the other AI into an alert state. Have them apply some sort of, and we can just come up with a few different search style strategies on how they do things. And so, and I'm thinking a very simplistic search style, to be honest. The most simplistic version of this I can think of is how Pac-Man does it, because each of the ghosts have a different algorithm on how they try and chase the player. One is always trying to hit a tile behind the player, so where the player was 2 tiles ago. One is trying to guess where the player is going to be in 2 tiles, and that's where they're trying to go. And then another one's just trying to go to where the player is now. And so that's what I mean by different search algorithms. And so we just place the destination differently based on which algorithm they choose. And we can do those in a series of like chase, go to where they are now. We can do that in the sense of follow, and we can do that in the sense of, I think instead of follow, we would simplify that down to shortest path. So that would be the charge style. And then we would have a algorithm approach where it chooses it chooses a series of points that would lead from a flanking style. And so the goal is to, if they're charging straight at you, another AI's goal would be to get behind you. And since we're doing a runaway style, that is a little wonky. I think the better play would be to like a cutoff approach. And so guess where the player is going to be going to. and then they would try and cut them off. And the main reason that I want to do this from the Fear style is because Fear uses that, the old Fear games. We can use another mechanic from those games where when that trigger happens, they handle their triggers separately on how they do their collaboration, but they do it from a randomization standpoint. And I don't think they do a shared alert system. I think it's more of a when an AI is alerted of your position through one of the mechanisms, then they will randomly choose how they approach you, instead of some sort of like command style, which is fine. The other thing I kind of want to steal from how they handle it though is when a approach is chosen, they will store that and relay it out. And when a second approach is chosen that deviates from it on how they're going to do that, that AI will yell out, I'm flanking or something like that, which gives that dynamic realism. It also informs the player. And so introducing a dialogue bubble system, I would do it from the reverse option where they the AI that immediately noticed you would call out a command instead. And so they would be like, hey, in the background, they're alerting another AI within a certain range to do a task. And then the player that of course is seeing this AI that has noticed them, would see a little chat bubble above them with a command being issued out. I think that would be a really solid mechanical system that would be engaging and interesting to play with. And it would all essentially at the core of it be a stealth game, a stealth run game. What you're trying to do, where you're trying to go, and why are still a little fuzzy for me. But I like the aesthetic that we're going for. A like dark, cozy game. I think we can tie it in to our theme from you being this. I'm not quite sure what approach I want to take on that just yet, on why people are aware of your presence. But that is set dressing, to be honest. Now it ties us into the theme, of course, so it's important set dressing, but it is a high level set dressing thing. And so I kind of like it from the idea, if we treat it like a roguelike, which means procedurally generating worlds, or regions, it's going to be a lot of work. But if we can land that, we will have a roguelike stealth game that fits into a cozy vibe, and to lean into the dark horror side of things. We just need to go the route of your power-ups between stages give you increasing amounts of like cosmic horror style capabilities. And so your entire goal going through this and avoiding people is to regain your capabilities. I'm not quite sure how we would do an in state for it. I'm willing to bet we could find this is going to be probably the weirdest asset pack search I've ever done. But I'm going to go ahead and go in here and I'm going to trigger styles. No, was it themes? Yeah, themes. We're going to do cute. And then we're going to search for cosmic. No. Horror. We're going to go for a cute cosmic horror. See if we can find something like that. I'm going to go on a limb and say we're probably not going to find anything that's particularly interesting. Although I do kind of like that. I'm like picturing Cat Thulu in my mind right now. I'm gonna go to limb and say that's not an asset pack we're gonna find. Let's see. So if I remove this and I remove this, we can't search for asset packs. I don't think we're gonna know. There is a thing called Cthulhu. That is an existing thing, and apparently you can get it on a shirt. Let me see if I can get this. Open image, a new tab. Cthulhu. This is what I'm going for. This would be your like ultimate unlocked form that you're trying to get to. If I can find an asset pack that has this, it would be perfect. Oh man, here's another one. I think this would actually be like an ideal. Open a new tab. Open, not link, open image, a new tab. There we go. If I can find this in a black. That would be like the perfect unlock. I think the goal would have to be to not ever show the cosmic horror version. You know what I mean? Like the end goal unlock state. Leave that up to players' imagination. I think that's where we have to go. It gets rid of our need to find a asset that works for it. Also, no matter what we do, it's never going to hit that like right point. You know what I mean? Like that happy medium. There's no point in time where we're gonna have a satisfying version of it, because that's the flaw or the issue with cosmic horror, is it's by design uncomprehensible or incomprehensible. So there's no point where we will have a asset that we can create that would make sense for it. The best we can do is go the route of, if anybody's seen the game, the ending for the game, Don't Look Outside. Yeah. Yes, this is live. If for like one of the routes that they took was just showing like the tentacles through and about the cosmos around the planet in the cutscene at the end. So we could go that route, which requires building up cutscenes, which I've never done before. So that would require a little bit of effort. Yeah, again, custom art, but I feel like we can probably make that work through creative use of tile sets, and that shouldn't be too bad. So that would be an option. I'm not interested in vibe coding. So, as a software engineer and proponent of coding, um, I like to understand what I'm doing and what I'm building, and encourage learning on that aspect. So, not particularly interested in the vibe coding side of things. I find AI useful in specific cases, when you're doing guided workflow tasks, but the act of vibe coding and disconnecting yourself from the process of building, I enjoy the process of building. Oh, you built a coding platform. I think it goes back to the same thing though. It's like if the coding platform is designed to help people vibe code. I am liking that. So let's start building start trimming this back to focus in on our concept. This was the one. That is our basis. Working title. Well, if you're in, I'd argue that's even worse than if the goal is vibe coding for kids. I don't know. I don't particularly trust AI enough to let my kids interface with it. I am 100% on board with the direction, the high level concept of what you're saying there. My problem is the vibe coding side of it. Depending on what and where you vibe coded is the concern. But the idea of providing tools to allow kids to, yeah, the idea of providing a platform for kids to, or not even necessarily kids, but to, got it. So you used vibe coding to build a platform to help people learn how to code. Um, the concept is there. I applaud the directionality for it. Although I don't know if HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is the most what's the word I'm looking for, useful for children to learn. I like things like there's a Scratch, I think is what it's called. Yeah, for things like getting into game dev for kids. It's a great way to do it. That eases them into it with very low levels of programming. I guess it really depends on what age group you're going for. When I start thinking in terms of like websites, HTML, CSS, JavaScript stuff, the age group I think is more appropriate is teens. You know what I mean? Because when you say to help kids learn to code, I'm thinking like, our youngest, who's 7, 8 age group. The Irish leaving cert people? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. All right, Cthulhu. Rogue. So when we talk gameplay, we're looking at a rogue like. I like this over rogue light. Yeah, 15 to 17 would make the most sense for something like that, in my opinion, as well. Stealth. Evasion. What do you mean by console-based programs? Roguelike stealth evasion game. So it sounds like you are offering a way to share, you know, URL references. Like, I don't know, a website? So it'd be a roguelike stealth evasion game. I'm not quite sure what we could do on the power-up side. Turtle graphics engine? So I'm if I understand what you're referring to correctly, that's for like visual programming, right? Dark, cozy. Not quite. I think from a world design standpoint, we're gonna keep it simplistic and focus on small let's do small procedurally generated maps. So I guess I'm struggling to see the benefit of doing it in HTML and CSS with a visual programming language, because is it the underlying concept there? I'm assuming the goal is to teach people programming. The thing I always struggle with when it comes to teaching programming when using visual tools, you've abstracted coding from the learning process of coding. That's the entire concept behind visual coding tools, is that you decouple writing code from building things. In which case, I don't see the benefit of doing it from a website. But is that not the entire purpose of doing a visual representation of your code, is to decouple the writing of code from creation of code? That's what the purpose of a visual coding tool is so that you can create code without writing code. And so you've created visual assets to create that simulate creation of the code on your behalf. And that's the entire concept behind things like Scratch. The goal being with those kinds of tools, once you've removed the writing of code, all that remains is the principles behind coding. Then what's the purpose of using a visual coding library if they're writing code? So if we do small procedurally generated maps, we need to focus on no, I think this would fit more under gameplay. Focus on fast-paced dodging, weaving, hiding. Mechanics. Share the link. I'll take a look at it off stream sometime. Today's the first day of a 2-week game jam for me, so I'm trying to lock in on getting my design doc out of the way. What else do I want under visual themes? So I feel like the gameplay is going to be a pretty straightforward, solid gameplay loop. The visual theme, if we go a dark, cozy theme for player characters and environments and stuff like that. I think that fits well with the core concept. The world design, this feels weird. From a game design standpoint, what all does this encompass? Settings, lore, geography, rules for the game's universe, so on and so forth. I want small procedurally generated maps, which will lead into this fast-paced claustrophobic feel. We want the maps to be cluttered. Claustrophobic. I did not spell that right. It's claustrophobic. There we go. We want a cluttered, claustrophobic feel to our environments. We want it to be I'm struggling on, because if we're doing a procedurally, I'm thinking like going through the floors of a building, and those kinds of things. I'm just trying to figure out in my head why and how that fits in from a lore standpoint. All right. I missed our last ad break. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to think on this for a second while I'm at it. So I'm going to run an ad now over on Twitch because we have to, and that will delay the next one a little bit. And while we do that, I'm going to go to the bathroom. So give me a minute or two, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back. All right. We need to flush out, I think, the world a little bit more from a world design standpoint. And I think we need to flush out our visual theme a tad more. From a world design standpoint, we want it all to funnel into this focus on the chase. I think that because that's our core gameplay loop. So from a world standpoint, what else can we do? Procedural generation of the maps gives us just more environments to chase through. This cluttered, claustrophobic feel really leans into that chase aspect. Diving through hallways. I would like to eventually be able to do a thing like, it would be cool to be able to, you know, like, if you can do it within a certain window, dart between characters' legs and stuff like that. I want that fast-paced, rapid movement feel to it. So we're going to spend a lot of time on the AI and the player controller for sure. That should be our main focus. And then outside of that, procedural generation when we get to that phase. We can do some levels to start to just speed up the pace at which we jump through things. So we have a couple of ideas on what we want, how we want things to feel, but eventually we want to move to a procedural generation, which getting a solid one of that is going to require a minute. What else can we do from a world design standpoint that will feed into the core concept we have going here is the question, though. Yeah, that like hallways and branching segments approach for like the mines, the abandoned mine shafts that you can find in Minecraft is kind of what I have in mind as well. I'm thinking like hallways though, which makes me feel like you ended up in a, I'm not sure how, but it makes me feel like an office building, you know, like a multi-story office building, and you're trying to find your way from one floor to the next and so on and so forth going down. The upside to this approach is, so the downside is office settings aren't exactly cozy friendly, as opposed to like, oh, you know what we could do? Well, my thought from a claustrophobic standpoint, it's the area you're within is tight. So focus on corridors as opposed to open spaces. The office building approach gives us a, like, you're going floor to floor trying to get to the ground floor kind of thing. And so there's a start and end state that we can build around. But it also gives us that like procedurally generated level approach that we can go, because the paths you can take can be what is and isn't blocked off. That also gives us that corridor approach and things like that also give us good spots to where, you know, this area is blocked off because a desk was slid in the way. Well, you can go under desks or over desks or something like that, but it blocks the AI. So it gives us a lot of variability in that front. But the more I talk about this, the more I think it would make less sense it would make more sense to fit into more cozy vibes. To better fit into the cozy vibes if we do houses like apartments. And so you're ducking, diving through people's apartments. It can still give, in an apartment complex, you're still going to have those tight hallways that branch into rooms. And then the rooms can be relatively small and chained. And so instead of going, this also gives us a reason why you're going floor to floor, is if the lore of the world is built into these large, tall apartment complexes, like think downtown Tokyo, where they've had to build vertically, it can be jumping between apartment complexes, searching for the stairwell to be able to go down one level, and then you're trying to get to another one. And so now we can have a mix between indoor and outdoor environments as you're trying to get from one apartment complex, like dive off their balcony, to the next apartment complex. That gives us a reason to have these strings of apartments that we're building. And then our AI, our procedural generation, just needs to have a good way to build interesting apartments. And then we chain them together through hallways or jumps. Well, yeah, but our main character is a cat. We can introduce ways to connect, other ways to connect them. But if the buildings are close enough, it makes a lot more thematic sense for a cat to jump out of a window onto a balcony to jump to the next balcony kind of thing. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be, it also gives us a nice divide, because when you transition from one building to the next, there's a gap. If people are actively trying to chase you, it stops the AI from transitioning across that gap, so you can move to a new area. I think the concept we landed on is you are Cthulhu. That's the creature you're playing, for lack of a better name for him right now. And so you're an evil entity that has been trapped into and had your like cosmic horror entity that has been stripped down to just the form of a cat. Through, I haven't figured out why yet, but everyone is after you, trying to chase you and capture you. And so you need to survive long enough to regain more and more of your powers. And so I want it to be this roguelike stealth evasion game that's focused on this fast-paced, like, once you're noticed, they will just chase you down and try and capture you. And so you're constantly moving from one area to the next. If you stay in an area too long, we'll probably have the AI scope in on you to force you to move, to keep that flow going. And so it becomes this constant runner style, moving between areas, trying to hide as long as you can before you're flushed out and have to move on to the next one. And we can do it like a roguelike stealth evasion kind of thing, to where your gameplay is going to transition between periods of trying to avoid people noticing you and periods of they've noticed you and now you need to get away. And so I want the environment to have obvious cutoff points, which is why I like the idea of jumping from one apartment complex to the next, so that you hit a point where you can transition from one apartment complex to the next and the AI can't follow you. I'm not familiar with the Roblox games. I know my kids play them, but I don't really myself, so I'm not particularly familiar with them. But the concept we're building off of, the theme for this game jam, is the world is watching. And so that's why I like the idea of everyone in the world is aware of your presence and trying to capture you, and that's where we lean into our theme at. And so the end goal is to regain your power, to destroy the world, take over the world, whatever. We'll leave that up to the player's imagination on where you're going for the end goal. The moment-to-moment gameplay is going to be this: you're dropped in, people are aware of your presence, and now they're trying to capture you. The lead up, I think, is going to be probably tied into something along the lines of the witchcraft side of things, on having your powers bound in some way. Because I think that plays well with the whole cat being a black cat style of things. And so that gives... that I'm going to have to fiddle around with and play with, but I think the goal for the next couple days is going to try and get this claustrophobic feel, like roguelike stealth evasion, claustrophobic moving between areas feel going. I think that's the main goal that we're going to have over the next couple days, because that's our core gameplay, and that's what the players are going to be engaging with the most, so we want to make sure that feels good. And so it's going to be requiring a lot of time spent building AI. It'll all be in English just because native language for me. I say all in English. I don't plan on there being much in the way of language, because again, it is meant to be this fast-paced roguelike. And so I will interject dialogue in short snippets. Oh, programming language. I'm using Godot, so I'm going to be using GD script. We've been learning that over the past couple weeks, so I'm just going to lean into that. I think running through apartment complexes, diving through windows to transition between buildings, trying to get to the ground floor. I think this gives us a good idea on what we're looking at that would fit this claustrophobic feel, which forces funneling in a fast-paced movement. And then from a visual theme standpoint, we're looking for a dark, cozy setting. So we have a visual theme. Our visual theme, we want to be cozy. So this will be our environment, a cozy environment. I like that. I like the juxtaposition. The like extreme differential between a cozy environment and a dark setting. So we have like a dark setting lore. So this really fits more of our world design. And so fitting under this, we have you are a cat. Comfy, cozy rooms, buildings, not buildings, rooms that you're going through is kind of the concept behind that. And your goal is gaining your powers to destroy the world. The entire reason everyone's chasing you. We can also have, this can be a mix between civilians and like, I think a lot of the chasing, like what's chasing you, is going to be heavily dependent on thematically fitting asset packs we can find. So we have our cat. We want to find I want to look at my library. That's what I want. All right, so what do we have under here? We do have access to a few asset pack page. It's mobile oriented. They have a non-mobile version of this. Let me find it. Here we go. Is what I'm looking for. Asset pack page. Boom. Yo, welcome, Riven Main. We're finalizing some of the decisions on our game. Have you tried 3JS or like P5JS? Yeah, my first game jam I did was in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I didn't use a JavaScript library because it was focused on user interface interactions, so I didn't need something like 3JS. But I am a software engineer by trade, so I've used 3JS in like corporate websites. I've had to do... Actually, let me see if I can find it. So a while back, I was consulting with NV Energy, which is Nevada Energy, and I built the original version of this, which uses 3JS. Oh, I clicked on something and it's not working. Oh, there it goes. It's still loading. This uses, at least the version of this I built used 3JS. It looks like they've made quite a few updates to it. Again, this was 7 years ago, 8 years ago, maybe longer. It used to be, this was an outage in an impact zone. They've swapped it to a different icon and an overlay that uses details. The original version of this was an impact zone that had outage numbers, and the impact zone would increase based on size and stuff like that, which used 3JS for drawing over Google Maps. I don't know what they're using now. Oops. Ion router ng component. So they're using Angular something. I mean, it was originally built in Angular in an iframe even. It looks like they might actually be using the original stuff for this. They just changed the impact zones to be markers instead, which makes sense. The impact zone logic we were using for it did not work well when you had a lot of outages in a small area like the main cities. So there was a lot of logic behind that to just merge things. And so as you zoomed out, you wouldn't really get much useful information. You had to like zoom in to be able to get anything useful from the splitting logic. Yeah, I'm familiar with those. I've also looked into quite a few JavaScript-based full-on game engines as well. There are a few out there. Actually, what I found most recently that I'm interested in using at some point is it's not a game engine. I want to build something in SpacetimeDB at some point because it looks cool to me on how they handled their real-time data for things. This isn't a game engine. This is the backend for an MMO, essentially. But this is kind of one of the things I'm feeling for how we can do rooms. This would give us quite a few options on how we can structure like cozy little rooms for as we're passing through. They don't have any doors, interestingly enough, it seems, though, which might be a bit of an issue. All their windows are closed as well. Fine, door. Yeah, no door. So, I have to get creative on that one. But this is one. Then we have it's not focused as much on the room and normal building structure side of things, but it has stuff that we can add to rooms. Again, this is all cat focused, but some of these are not, like chairs, tables. They've got some more window options. These look like open windows even. So that gives us some variability on that front. And from a design standpoint, these look like they'd fit together. They are made by the same person, so it makes sense. It's hoping to find something. Here's a Cozy Pixel Rooms by the same artist. Oops. This is more top-down, and the resolution is a different shift, but they have doors. I think this might be what we end up using. This is more front focused and less on that angled isometric though. These are all more isometric focus. But again, this one doesn't have doors. This one doesn't have doors, which is wild to me. Let me see if they have any. There's Halloween Room, which is this style that we're looking at. I can also pull the environments from a different artist as well if we need to, but finding cozy environments that'll match and fit our aesthetic is going to be hard. Here's a modern office and modern interiors. Not particularly cozy though. And some of these asset packs are old. What about this one? It would give us more variability in our options, but it does not give a cozy vibe or mesh with what we've already gone the route of, unfortunately. I want more isometric looking. I like this. This is what I want more of, to be honest. So if we can find... So the game theme that we're looking at for this game jam is The World is Watching. It depends on... So Rivenmain's asking if he can join a game jam with Unreal. It depends on what game jam you're joining. The game jam I'm joining right now is the Pirate Software one. Again, we've gone over this in the past. Originally, when my first game jam was Pirate Software, so I wanted to rejoin this one now that I've had a chance to actually learn a game engine. It's all going to come down to the game jam you join. So if we go to this one has a weird requirement. I guess it's not weird. It's becoming more common of late that your submission must run in the browser. There's no browser builds for Unreal. So the game jam you join is going to determine whether or not you are able to use Unreal as your game engine. If you're joining a game jam like this that has to run in the browser, you obviously can't use Unreal. I believe Unity still has a build. There's older versions of Unreal that I think have a browser build option, but you lose a lot of the modern tools that make Unreal really worth it, in my opinion. Are assets for itch trusted? I'm not quite sure what you mean by trusted on that front. Yeah. There's a lot of the asset packs are going to be a self-verifying thing. If you download an asset pack, especially one that's a purchased asset pack, and it has an issue, you're going to report it. They're going to have an issue. So if you're downloading asset packs that are like popular, you're less likely to run into that as an issue. But that's something you're going to have a problem with for pretty much any asset pack anywhere. You know what I mean? I have stuff to scan files that I use generally, so I will run scans on these as well. But I tend to stick with artists I've had things from in the past, or so I that's why I pulled up a bunch of these from the same Toffee Craft artist. I've used their art before, so I'm assuming the what you use question is referring to game engine for being able to produce browser builds. I'm using Godot. The ultimate combo to catch 99%. I'm not sure what you mean by that one, Ribbon Main. Oh, for file scanning? I'm not sure what all will work for you. I use stuff, again, I run Linux, so I don't really know. Obviously, there are a lot of them out there that you can use for different things. You can find a good few, again, depending on your OS, a good few different free ones. It kind of depends what you're looking for, to be honest. You can find different virus scanners for different specific things. I know a very popular one. Here, let me. Is this the one I'm thinking of? Let me see the picture for it. Pretty sure this is the one. Yeah, Clam AV is a very popular one. There's a I'm blanking on the name of this one too. In theory, you should be able to install things like Bitdefender, but that's not what I'm looking for. I wish I could find the name of this one. Welcome. Yeah, this asset's pretty wild. Sorry, I was looking at stuff on there. So I don't know why Unreal chose to remove their WebAssembly compiler. I'm assuming it's probably tied to partly to how WebAssembly functions on a lot of those things. The scoping on what WebAssembly has access to, because again, it runs in the sandbox of your browser. So it limits access layers, and it runs them within a single thread. There are mechanisms you can use to get around that to some extent. And so I'm willing to bet a large chunk of it comes down to performance related issues, and it just can't hit the performance metrics it needs within the sandbox of the browser. And probably it's also partly tied to the fact that they would have to support WebGL as another build binary. And WebGL is just not nearly as functional and performant or flushed out as a spec as like Vulkan, for example. And so for as a game engine, when you do a build to a target, that target is realistically a set of APIs. And so on Linux, Vulkan is the go-to for that. They are hard to work with, but they're extremely performant. And that's how you render your graphics. And so they have to compile their code in a way that works with Vulkan drivers so that you can build for Vulkan, or their code in a way that works with OpenGL so you can build for OpenGL. Well, if you want it to be performant in the browser, the answer is WebGL. WebGL is not great by comparison. So that's probably a big reason why Unreal's not supporting it, is that they just can't hit the metrics they want to do. No, there's nothing. So there's nothing particularly bad. Has Godot become safer? I heard someone's game got stolen. Well, I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with Godot. When you're referring to someone's game getting stolen, most likely it was their source code getting stolen, which has nothing to do with Godot itself, unless they're installing a plugin from some third party. Godot itself isn't going to have the problem. It's going to be you installed something from somewhere else, you uploaded your assets to a location that wasn't particularly secure, whatever happened to be on that front. And yeah, like you said, there's nothing particularly bad with WebAssembly. There's nothing inherently wrong with WebAssembly. It actually has a lot of huge benefits to it. It does have limitations, though. And so when you're talking in terms of a game engine that needs to be extreme performance, because think about Unreal. One of the big selling points for Unreal is their, what do they call their Unreal map sharding name? They don't call it sharding. World partition. One of the big selling points for Unreal is they also have, there's two of them. Metahuman is the other one. So Metahuman and yes, Nanite, which is their world partition and how they do their world streaming. Implementing those for real-time streaming physics and graphics on those when it's running inside of a WebAssembly container through WebGL is not going to hit the performance required to be able to actually do those properly. That is most likely why they don't do it. You might, if you were to really, really strip down what it can do, you might be able to hit the lowest end version of what those can do in WebGL, but that's not what Unreal's about. Unreal's about pushing the boundary of what it can do to the max, That's why you choose Unreal. And so having a stripped down version that's able to run on the web is counterintuitive from the underlying goal of what Unreal wants to be. So it makes sense that they aren't spending time trying to force that. They used to, but they got rid of it around the same time they introduced Metahuman and Nanite into it, which was their most recent major version. Because if we look at it, when did Unreal remove web builds? Removed HTML5 support from the core Unreal Engine code with the release of Unreal Engine 4.24. When did Unreal add Nanite? Unreal Engine 5. What is the highest version of Unreal Engine 4? So they removed HTML5 on version 4.25. 4.27 was the last version 4 of their engine. So two minor versions without HTML5 before they did an HTML4 before they did an HTML5 release. So, like, they removed it months before Nanite was introduced in version 5. Yeah. So, it was handicapping them from a technical standpoint to have official support for it. Now, there might be plugins out there, like third-party community plugins, that if you disable specific features and things like that, you might be able to get it up and running. But I don't know. I don't even know if you can disable Nanite, to be honest. At this point, it seems pretty baked into everything. This is some pretty sweet artwork, though. Where did... Here we go. So, there's a weird one. Oh, wrong screen. Our theme is The World is Watching. The interpretation we're going for is this interpretation of world being the collective people of the planet. Therefore, everyone is watching you. And from the watching standpoint, we're going on the observing, or sorry, the restraint. So watching is in watch out for. And so the concept we're building this from a mechanical standpoint is you are some sort of cosmic horror that has had their abilities and form drastically reduced down to that of an evil cat. And so your goal is, we're doing a roguelike stealth evasion style game. And so I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time building AI. And the goal here is going to be, you're trying to just keep away from the people trying to catch you until you can re-establish your powers and regain those. And so effectively you're trying to break free from whatever it is that's restricting your capabilities. And the world is out to get you is kind of the goal we're going for there. And I'm trying to build it as a like dark cozy game. And so I wanted the setting to the lore side of things to be more dark. You're trying to destroy the world. That is your end goal. But the entire setting and your character are all very cozy. Because I like that conflict. In regards to your question about software developer critical analysis stuff, not anytime soon. This is going to keep me pretty busy for the next 2 weeks for sure. That might be something I'm willing to look into after we wrap up this game jam, though. Right now, we're looking for... I want some cute, cozy, like, environment settings, because we want something... I want something like a cozy setting that we can build in a like almost claustrophobic, tight, small room style way. Right now, what we have from our asset pack is some of these. I really like this isometric style, but I think it would definitely be easier to work in this more top-down style. And this one has doors, which would help. I got a couple of these within the asset pack cluster that we bought that are in this isometric point of view, which work great for setting up that cozy vibe. But There are no doors in any of these, and the concept here is that we're transitioning between the rooms. This one at least gives us doors. So we can make a series of different styles of rooms, have randomly generated assets within them to invoke different styles of things on how we want our layouts to be. Plug those in and connect them together. Which would give us, like, we can build small little, you know, apartment style things that we're transitioning between. I was really hoping for the ability to do like jumping from one up, like indoor and outdoor. But I would need, it looks like we got an ad on Twitch about to start. I need to find an asset pack that has like outdoor stuff as well. What do we have here? Maybe we take the... I guess we could ignore. Yeah, I mean, the other option would be decoupling the... So, another option we have is, that I can think of, is instead of the primary... So, I like the game loop style that we're going for. Give me a second for ads to roll through. I like this asset pack. All right, we're back from that. All right. Marsh came into... For what you're... That was another concept I toyed around with a little bit, in that we could have a main hub transition from a roguelike to more of a roguelite style. In the main hub, you can handle different aspects, and that would be a more cozy style. And then we transition through, like jumping through a portal, for example, into a more, I wasn't necessarily thinking horror, but a darker setting. But I really like the concept of building a like escape style. No combat, just, I mean, it especially fits well with a cat, if you think about it. Like, you're just running away from people trying to capture you. I also like the idea, meta idea, because I was thinking about this as well. When we're looking at it from the standpoint of, like, cosmic horror. For anyone that is familiar with cats, and, like, the memes surrounding them, that concept of, like, an inflated ego and they think they're the center of the world and stuff like that from the meme standpoint. I kind of like I kind of think it'd be funny to build up the entirety of the game towards this, like, your cosmic core and stuff like that, but it's all just inflated cat ego, you know what I mean? And so it's just, you've been terrorizing these people, running through their houses, thinking everyone in the world's chasing you, but in reality, in that you're, you know, some world-ending being amassing power. In the end, you're just a cat, after all. I think that would be funny. But again, we have to tie it into our theme. That is a hard requirement for this game jam, if I remember correctly. If it's not a hard requirement, we can hand wave it a little bit. But again, we suffer for not tying the this one. So it would be hilarious. You end the game, you've done the thing, you've survived the time frame, you've amassed your power or whatever, and it's like, you know, thought bubbles from the cat style perspective, like you as the player, of, you know, world doom and gloom threatening, you know, ye mortals shall now perish style, and then it rotates to the people that have been chasing you, and it's just a cat meowing excitedly. And that's where the loop ends. Just a normal cat meowing. Where did they mention theme in here? So I'm trying to get I'm not an artist, which means that I need to make sure that whatever I'm building I can find assets that will work with it. Because if I need to change gameplay to fit to an asset pack down the road, that really sets me back. So if I can find assets that work with it, and then I can move forward and I can figure out the gameplay in isolation, I can add and flush it out as we go past that. But I don't want to add jumping between buildings as a transition point, because it makes sense from a gameplay in my mind if I can't find assets that can do that. Because now I've got this weird thing where I don't want to build something I can't fill with assets, you know what I mean? So we won't get it eliminated if we aren't using the theme. We'll just, you know, it'll just hurt our scoring. Masudi, a standard way to document software. It really comes down to what you mean. If you're referring to documenting as a way for people to use your code, like what you built, like instruction style documentation, not really. If you're referring to it as you built an API, there are a bunch of different standards on how to document those. Going back to, like, if you're using JavaScript, for example, JS docs is the most common way for how to document your code. You can then use JS docs as a standard for how you write your documentation, but you can also use, I thought it was built into JS docs. You can use JS docs to build a like docs page from that. Oh, it's actually part of JS docs. They just don't have it documented on here. So there's standards when it comes to that. There's also TS docs if you're using TypeScript. There's It depends on what you're using as to how you document your code, and then how you can generate API documentation post that, if that's what you're referring to. If you're referring to like instructional style documentation, there's not. There's a lot of good guides from Google in particular. There's nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Google onboarding. There's a guide for this. Oh. You can just search into it. Google has quite a bit of documentation on what they call their onboarding process, which is focused on, like, if you use Android and you've gone to a new Google built product and they scope in on a button with it kind of like blocks off your entire screen, and then it has this focal point around a button, and then it writes in some text on how to use that button. That's an example.
An Android onboarding process that uses
managed to trigger my home. GD script can run in the browser because Godot has a build process for it. It technically runs in WebAssembly using the WebGL drivers that, like we talked about earlier for Unreal, that Unreal dropped. So they just continued support. So it requires a specific build phase, but I have that set up from a previous project. My Windows key's not working. I have a lock on my Windows key. I don't know how to unlock it. Interesting. What is this? Steel series key board unlock Windows key. Press the function key plus Windows. I don't have a function key. Is that what this key over here is? Oh, yep. I have their icon on the thing. Okay. Let's try that again. Go. We set up this for this game jam. So if we go to export, add, web build, and then we can export path into game jam. Let's new folder, build. Say right. Index.html. I want to say everything else we can leave as default. I don't remember having to set anything else aside from this. And then we can do a export as zip. And that's what you need. And now it can export to that. And so if we go into our previous project that actually has stuff in it, well, actually, let's re-enable some things in here real quick. So we go to our enemy scene and we grab nav agent, and then we'll turn off our debug, and then save that. And then let's go to our game scene and turn back on our post-processing. We'll save that. And then we can export. Web runnable is literally what we did just a second ago. Build index.html. We can export. And then we can call it game. Exported. And then if we go into close, build, that's not what I want. Projects, 1 bit. Here we go. Game does it. We open this up, and in here we should have. Oh, right. There's an old one. But you can see this is an old unpacked version. We've got a WASM file, an index.js, and then we have a index.html with trigger it all. But this is an old version. I clicked the wrong button on the export. Yeah, once you have the web build, normally you can zip this up if you didn't do the zip as part of it. But once you have that in there, you can go to dashboard and you can create a Godot build port. So this is that game. You can do everything you can do in the game. Sprinting, crouching. Oh. But, all right. I think, man, I like this asset pack though. I like these outdoor fantasy style visuals a lot. If we go the route of using a hub style system, I think it makes so much more sense to do a combat system as well. I don't want to go the route of building a combat system though. Reason being is I'm really interested in building and fleshing out a non-combat style stealth game. That's what we saw. That the game I was just loading up a second ago was a 1-bit game jam version that I did of that. I wasn't happy with how the AI handled under it, but all I need to do is remove about 50% of that AI's code, and we can get a build version of that feels a lot better on how the AI works. Most of the code in there is creating a more realistic ramp up, ramp down style of aggro. And for especially a block off style system that we have, we can create using all the vision code stuff we did there, we just need to get rid of the ramp up. And so they're either chasing you or not chasing you. I am not familiar with Ancient Brain, whatever that is. But we can either have chasing or not chasing. And then when they go to update their pathing, they just need to determine whether or not they can cut you off at all. And whether or not they can get to you. If they can't find a path to you, they can, all we need to do is like drop them from that and turn off their AI until they notice you again. And so that would just leave them where you left them last, essentially. And that would allow us to trim back on the AI side of things. And so we could cut like 50% of their logic and remove much of what we need to do on that front. And that would solve many of our problems. Most of the AI issues that we have with the current build on our previous game that we built out are tied to the fall off and update cycles, and a lot of those are way more complex because I wanted it to. I was when I first started building it, and when I was building those mechanical systems, I was focused on designing a complex AI for the problem, and I didn't have a isolated approach on what we wanted the gameplay to be. Now that we have a approach and path forward on how we want this gameplay to look and feel and stuff like that, I can use a much simpler version of that AI. And so we can build that out as a prototype. That's what it's using. It's using A-star for its pathing algorithm. But we still need to know, can they see the player? Should they be able to follow the player? You know, when they should and shouldn't go there and stuff like that. A-star only comes into play once we have a location to go to. So determining where they should go, how often we and when we need to update it, and to where we need to update it is all on us. The A-star is just how to get from where they are now to where they want to go. And that's the default algorithm in Godot, which is why I'm using it. If we have a tile set we like, though. I'm worried, Marsh Gaiman, with that idea of, you know, an interest bar instead of a health bar, or an interest bar that functions as a health bar. I'm worried at it being a situation where you can draw aggro and then hide and just wipe out the enemies too easily. You know what I mean? And there's just a bit of a waiting game. And all of a sudden, all the threat for the area goes away. Masudi, yeah, that's essentially what it is. In the game we're playing, there's like pillars and stuff that you can hide behind that will cause them to try and go around. It also tracks last known spots, so if they lose vision of you, they try and go to where they last saw you. And so while they're pathing there, you can sneak around, and it was built to be a stealth style game. And so I know how to build all of that now, which is why I want to lean into that, because I can rebuild that last game in 2 or 3 days. And so we can have the mechanical system for this new game up and running in that time, and then focus the rest of it on refining it and procedural generation. But before I go that route, I want to make sure that it makes sense in the setting that we're going down, because there's no point in building it, because I've already played it, essentially. I've prototyped it in the past. I know the flaws and where we can really excel on that, and I've got ideas on how we can improve it to actually make it fun and engaging for this. But before then, I need to make sure it fits within the theme and lore. Otherwise, we're taking some pretty massive hits on a point system in a game jam if we do that. I think it would also gets a lot of appeal from going that cozy style. So we need to find a way. I guess what we're running into is there's a couple big issues that we're running into. One is the tie-in for the theme is it helps us place the world in a reason for it being a dark style from a lore standpoint. But it also is a bit of a stretch. We're going to need intro cutscenes or dialogue or something explaining what's going on for it to make sense. It doesn't really tie directly into the mechanical systems. That's one problem. The other thing I'm struggling with right now is setting. The environments I like to work with and I like to build look like this. These are like I love how these environments look. If I could use these and it would make sense with our game, I would 100%. And so I would really like to use something like this. but it doesn't make sense with what we've set up so far. And it doesn't tie into the cozy vibe. I'm not necessarily 100% sold on having to use cozy as a world setting, to be honest. So I want to avoid combat, but I don't see the benefit of, if we go something like this, I don't see how, like, if we're teleporting to, like, if we have a cozy vibe setting and then we teleport to a destination and do a thing, I don't see a situation where it makes sense for us to not have combat with a setting, like, environment like this. The fast-paced runner style really leans into the non-combat, in my opinion. That would be an option. Tying it back to the lore, I think, is the problem. Because we also need to keep in mind that it needs to fit the theme. And so the theme, effectively what we're doing from the standpoint is we're using the theme as a set piece. And so it's going to heavily determine a lot of our lore and how things tie together. Why are we there? Why are we going through these areas? Stuff like that is all going to be directly tied back to our theme, because we're not tying the theme into the mechanical systems. So the other option would be to somehow tie the world watching you directly into the mechanical system, which works well from our stealth runner style mechanic, to be honest. But not from the claustrophobic style. And what I mean by that is people just following you and chasing you and trying to grab you fits well to the theme. But if we want a claustrophobic runner style where you're ducking and diving and weaving to lean a bit into that evasion side, not just the stealth side, it doesn't make sense to have that style of layout. You know what I mean? I'm struggling on aligning cozy with that theme setting and also that style of gameplay. Getting all of those to work together in a way that makes sense, I'm struggling. So we might just drop a cat into a little setup world with just grab literally any tile set and apply the minimal requirements for pathfinding and stuff and drop in any player model or whatever. And then we can get our AI built out, and we can get our player models built out and make sure the pathfinding and all that stuff, because I'm going to need to write a custom algorithm or a custom function for reducing tile overlaps if we're doing procedural generation stuff down the road. It would also make creating non-procedural layouts a lot easier. And what I mean by that is if you draw AI pathing areas on a tile, you can create pathable areas for your AI really easily and really quickly through the Godot editor. The problem is that if you then overlay a non-pathable area over it, the AI still thinks it can path through there, but then it hits something that it can't path through. So the ASAR algorithm will draw like as it should be able to walk through there and not go around it like it's supposed to. But then your character hits it and collides and can't move through it. But I can write a script that if a non-pathable area is overlapping on top of a pathable area, it will delete the pathable tile, and so will only render the non-pathable one, which solves that problem. But I need to write a script to do that. trying to visualize that, Masudi. So what you're thinking is from the concept of whatever environment we're in, the way you transition from one floor to the next is when you get to a certain point, the floor crumbles out from under your character, and then you drop to the next floor. And then you would continue on until your next drop point, essentially. So instead of using stairs, you use pitfalls. Is that kind of what you're thinking? I'm still, I guess the bigger thing I'm struggling with right now is relating back why people are chasing you and how that functions and everything. You know what I mean? But Ad on Twitch is about to start. I need to take a short break as well, stretch, and go to the bathroom. So I will be back in a minute and a half to 2 minutes. I'll be right back. And we're back. So I think one of the things I'm struggling with right now is the set dressing tied to that we tie it back to the theme, and the whether or not we should have combat. So if it's a stealth evasion style or if it's a more traditional roguelike, whatever, whichever path we take on that. And if the cozy vibe should be just in a overworld style or if it should be throughout. I think in a cozy game, it makes, if we're trying to go a more cozy vibe, it makes sense not to use combat. If we go the route of a non-cozy game, figuring out the set dressing, how everything relates, makes it becomes harder. We have to rethink all of that. But we have more options on how to do the other things. I think no matter how we slice it, though, we still need a solid player controller. We need to tweak traversable areas, but that's modifications to our tile set and a little more. So we need to tweak player controller, set up and tweak our player controller, and our like assets and size and those kinds of things. But that's all easy. None of that would require changes to code. And we still need the exact same logic for our AI. Only difference is when they catch the player, in one mode it's an instant loss / game over. In the other version it would be attacks. And so the handler at the end of that transition point is all that would have to change between those two. And then in one mode we add attack event handlers and animations, and in one we don't. So if I don't build the attacks and I build it to where I just build the evasion style gameplay, I can build out our AI, I can build out our player controller, I can drop in literally any tile set, any character, enemy models, whatever we want to do. I can drop in literally anything on that front to just get those refined and feeling good. Then we can come back to whether or not we want to add combat, which will shape whether or not we're in a cozy game, I feel like. And then we can also worry about the set dressing on tying in the lore. I think that makes sense. It would heavily benefit us to build the game design doc ahead of time, to be honest, which was kind of my original goal, which is why I'm trying to think this through on how we want to handle it. Because if I don't, then we can't build the game design doc until we're effectively done building, and then it's just documentation. But it is a requirement for this, so we have to do it no matter what. I hate documenting things for the sake of documenting them. I'm not familiar with many games that I would call cozy on roguelikes. Can you give me an example of one, Kamui? Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of cozy games and there's a lot of roguelike games. I think the main determiner that's going to be weird for this one is the combination of the two is already a little on the weird side. But I think more importantly, we've been talking roguelike. But in particular, it would be the direction we're leaning on this is a stealth evasion style roguelike. And so I'm leaning heavily towards there being no combat at all. And so the entire gameplay is all about avoiding the enemies. And so I'll spend a lot of time working on the AI on how they try to follow and capture the player, less so than an actual proper combat system. And so a lot more will be going into how we generate our environments to facilitate the fast-paced runner style in combination with stealth-based downtimes. And so your goal is to weave your way through the enemies or avoid them completely through stealth mechanics, as opposed to like a bullet hell or a bullet heaven or something like that, which is the most common thing you're going to think of with a roguelike. The main reason that this would be constituted as a roguelike would be tied to the generation, how we generate the worlds, because I'm thinking it being procedurally generated, because I want it to be, we design how rooms should be structurally laid out, and then use procedural generation to populate those rooms and tie them together in different ways. So each run is different, that run-based mechanic. And the other core mechanic we'd be using on roguelikes is the go for as long as you can until you die and then restart. With the goal of eventually hitting an endpoint. So it's not going to be a full roguelike experience. And when I'm saying cozy here, I'm referring to a cozy visuals. Like I want here, I think I'm pretty certain I've landed on this as our player character, by the way. This is the environment style I'm thinking, by the way, when I say cozy. But if I can find, actually I should already have it downloaded. I think this was the one. Here, we'll just pop open this one. This is what I'm feeling for the player. So when I say cozy, I'm not meaning like a casual game. I want it to be a fast-paced roguelike. But when I say cozy here, I mean visually, I want it to have a cozy theme to it. But I'm wanting a dark cozy. I'm wanting, the core concept for this is that you are my original concept for this thematically is you are a cosmic horror style entity that has been trapped inside of the body of a cat. People of the world are aware of what you are and therefore are trying to capture you. And your goal is to escape and keep away from them long enough for your powers to return. And so it's a time-based like power return. That's why you're trying to run and stay away for a period of time. That's the core concept. I think it would be funny to have a twist at the end that this is all, you're just a like full cat expanded ego. At the end of the day, you're just a cat. You really are just a cat, even though the entire game is given this like cosmic horror style of thing. I think that would be a funny twist at the end. But I want this cute, cozy style with dark undertones from a set dressing, the visual side. But I want it to be I don't want it to be a casual game. That's one of the other reasons why I want to do this. I haven't done anything with particle effects. I've built some shaders so far. We built AIs and player controllers, and I've done most of the stuff leading up to the ability to start doing procedural generation. So I want to do some procedural generation. I also want to do some like more on the post-processing shader style. I want to do some more stuff there. I want to do visual effects. Again, that would lead into it. So I want to do things with particles and like the running. I want to start learning and building more of the things towards polish, I guess is the word for it. Or some people refer to it as juice. The stuff that makes the game look good. This is our, but I'm thinking this is probably going to be our player controller. Where's the run? Here we go. This is the run animation we'll be working with. I'm not a huge fan of this one, how they did their run animation. The player controller I really want to use, same artist, by the way. The one I really want to use, and unfortunately, they don't have run animations for it, which is unfortunate. This one. Sprites. This is what I really want to use for it. They have a whole bunch of animations. Oh. And so, like, dancing animation, and they have, you know, yawning, so sleepy, excited animations, you know, idle, resting, all kinds of animations, but not a single movement. No run, no walk, nothing. But I really like how this looks, you know what I mean? They also have, is it this one? All cats black. Is this? Oh, this is the actual one. Sorry, I was showing you the alternative on that one. This is the actual one we'd probably end up using, because this one has a run animation, and I think the sprites look better. But this would be our run animation. Sorry, I'm fiddling with our music. The mic stand's kind of in the way. There we go. Yeah, I like this. I really wanted it to look like this cat. This one just has like the perfect vibe for what I had in my mind. Unfortunately, they don't have run animations for this cat. So while I'm in here and thinking about it, I'm going to remove this cat pack. Same artist did all of these environments what we're looking at. This is their cozy room pack. I'm just trying to figure out a way to, and then they did this one as well, which is the cat room. And they did this one, which is a more top-down. This is the only one of all of their asset packs that has doors in it, which is wild to me. They have like a dozen different room packs, but this is the only one that contains any art that does a door. I want to introduce, or sorry, I want to figure out, before I dive into building anything, I kind of want to figure out how things tie together. Which is what I'm struggling with right now. The top-down one would be easier to do procedurally on. But then we're kind of locked in on a little bit more on how the rooms are set up. Like the vibes they give. We got wood floors and tile floors, and that's pretty much it. I guess there's gray, which would be carpet. Oh, they have a brick one down here. I could do that. We talked about, again, going into the cosmic horror stuff, like using portals as well to get from one room to another. My original idea for this, and I think would work the best, would be like running through halls in an apartment complex, and you can dart into a different apartments, run through them, and at the end you'd be able to get onto like a balcony and jump from one balcony to another. And so it would give you a transition point. Like if you can find your way through to a balcony, you have a way to get out of that building and move to the next building, and you're traversing trying to get from the top floor down to the ground. And so you have a way to traverse between these buildings that can give you a reason to go to different areas, to go from floor to floor. Otherwise, it's just you hit a stairwell and take the stairs down. You know what I mean? So it gives you a reason to go floor to floor, or to move to different areas within each floor. And so we have a reason for this complex thing while still moving in a direction, so you have a destination. Additionally, when you transition from one building to another, so when you jump that balcony, it also is a hard separation point the AI can't pass. So it gives you a reset point. And so it would allow breaks in time where you can break that threat threshold. And so we can transition from a pure chase situation to a slower back into stealth move. And so you can try and sneak again until you hit a certain point, at which point it would go back into the chase. And so that way we can have that up and down instead of a constant chase. That to give more of the stealth style vibes. I cannot find an asset pack that works well with, though. I think what we might just do, though, because I can't think of a better way to do this, I think we might just go what we're talking about in something like this. How they laid out these rooms doesn't work for me. But I think this is meant to be an asset sheet for our use. Because the wall segments here, this is a parallax style on the backdrop, but on the foredrop it's a static top-down wall. That's gonna be a little awkward, but we can. Hey, kitty. How we do transitions, I think, is going to be a big point. I'm not familiar with Flicky. Ow. Why you guys stab me? I think okay. I mean, we could do that style of transition from one room to the next. I was thinking it would generate a floor. And your transition point would be when you go from one building to the next. That way you would have the freedom to loop back and try and... Because again, we're going with a stealth evasion style. I think... So there's a game... I don't know the name of it off my top of my head. I never actually played it, but I've watched a little bit of gameplay of it. Man, cannot find it. There's a game out there where you play as a dog and you need people, you move into people's vision line to get them to follow you. And your goal is to have people chase you. And you earn points by getting more people chasing you for longer. But you lose if they catch you. And you can like duck under tables and things like that. And so it's just a game of running around, getting people to follow you while you're running from them. And that's kind of the general vibe I'm going for on how I want the movement to be. But I want to be the inverse of it. Like when you get caught, that's how I want it to feel. That trying to evade people, running around, diving under furniture, that kind of stuff. That's the kind of vibe I want to go for in the evasion side of it. But I want it to be a stealth first game, which means that when you are detected, phase into a fast-paced evasion thing. When you're not detected, you're sneaking around and trying to just avoid people. And so it's a race against the clock kind of style on where as you take longer to get through a floor, the detection rate and radius and things like that, it becomes easier and easier for people to notice you, is what I'm getting at. And so it's harder and harder to stealth the longer you take to clear an area, I guess is the word I'm looking for. That was kind of the concept I had in my mind. Yeah, I'll do some my intention for how to handle that is certain furniture will be on the AI collision layer, but not on the player's collision layer. And then I'll set up the Y sorting. So you can run through like a table or whatever. And once you pass the point where you render above it, and so you're now hidden, you're below it, your character would disappear, kind of thing. And so it would, that way we can do the layering correctly. And so I've already got an idea of how I wanted to handle that. I'm just trying to, I think the gameplay will be fairly enjoyable. Probably not have a tremendous amount of sticking power, to be honest. And it'll be more of a cozy casual feel. Unless we just really crank it. And so you're trying to, avoid, dozens upon dozens of people at any point in time kind of thing. Because we can crank that as high as we want. But I don't know. I'm torn on what direction I want to go with this. And fitting it into our theme is the hard part. Because we always have to keep in mind the world is watching is our core theme. And so that's how we landed with Cthulhu, for lack of a better word. If we wanted to lean into stealth, it would be an inverse. So the more people you alerted, the worse your score would be. If we wanted to lean into the more fast-paced evasion style, then we would want to score. We wouldn't really care about NPCs alerted so much as how quick you made it through the level. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of different ways we can handle it. Yeah. I'm trying to... I'm really struggling on relating it into the theme, to be honest. That's the part I'm struggling the most with. And so the route of Cthulhu that has been trapped into, you know, Cthulhu has been trapped into a cat's body and is trying to regain its power. Everybody knows what you are, is why they're chasing you. Makes sense there. But we can strip all of that out and just make you a normal cat, and like you could be the last cat kind of thing. And so everybody's trying to capture you to preserve cat kind or whatever. That could also be an option. I actually kind of like that. Okay, ads are about to start on Twitch. We got 8 seconds. I am going to refill my water real quick and stretch my legs. I'll be right back. And we're back. I did have a good idea. Well, an idea. Yeah, you guys will have to tell me if it's good or not. I did have an idea though while I was refilling my water and walking around and stuff. If leaning into what I mentioned there at the end, if we go the route, hey buddy, if we go the route of focusing on stealth into evasion, you make it as far as you can through stealth, and then we focus on evasion after that. The entire goal is to escape the building. We place it to where you're on a top floor. We procedurally generate the building each run. Your goal is to escape. Your start point can always be the same. So that sets up everything. But the premise here, again, the world is watching, is our theme. The premise here is that you are one of the last cats remaining, and you're trying to escape, because again, you're a cat, you don't want to be held captive here. You're trying to escape a research facility or like some sort of, think research-esque building. And so you're being chased by the people that run the lab, and you're trying to escape from them by doing the stealth and running mechanics. And so when we would have to introduce transition points where you can revert back to stealth, but effectively what it comes down to is you would stealth until you get caught, at which point an alarm would go off, and then from that point forward, it's evasion. And so you go from trying to sneak around to trying to like just outrun people for as long as you can. Is kind of the concept there, which means we would start having to introduce AI that are focused less on chase, because again, you should always be able to outrun them. Focus less on chase, and we would have to build our AI to be focused much more on isolation and choke points. And so that's going to be a little bit complex in how we establish our AI to where they are trying to box you in. Especially in procedurally generated levels. That one's gonna be real hard in procedurally generated level. In a non-procedurally generated level, it's fairly easy for us because we can just place them to where as you go from level to level, the AI just starts in situations where they are positioned to box you in harder and harder to evade ways. But in a procedurally generated sense, we would just randomly be spawning them. So that could be hard. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is you would stealth for as long as you can. Oops. So your goal would be to avoid being detected. Once you were detected, an alert would go off, which would raise the threat level, essentially, from an AI mechanical standpoint, which would start increasing numbers of mobs and increasing the rate at which they would lock on to you. So we're increasing aggression and quantities, and we would start tweaking as you go further in. We would have to start tweaking AI logic on how they surround you. Is kind of what I was thinking there, which is going to get complex. And so I definitely, if that's the route we're going, I definitely need to get a jump start on that today. I think from a stealth gameplay standpoint, if that is our goal, is to build a stealth game, like a stealth runner style, that is probably one of the best mechanical systems we can come up with. I feel like that would give us, if we're wanting a roguelike with no combat, I feel like that's probably one of the best ones we can do. Fitting it into the world, we can just put it to where, from a lore standpoint, you're one of the last cats, and the reason they're so interested in chasing you down is they're trying to keep cats from going extinct, which is why you're in the lab, but you're a cat, you don't want to be there. So now you have an incentive to not be in the lab anymore. You know what I mean? So the setup for how you start all of this is just someone left a door open, you know? We can also introduce interesting mechanical things. Yeah, I think one of the changes I'm going to make from my old alert style system, the last game I did, I don't think they're going to lose aggro on you, ever, is the intention. And so they will always be, once you've alerted an NPC to your presence, they will always be following you. Instead, we will need to add transition points where there's just areas they can't get through. So you can, instead of breaking line of sight, it's getting to a choke point to where that segment of AIs get left behind is more of what you're going for. Instead of, you just need to break vision and wait kind of thing. That way, it encourages stealth because they will follow you forever once they detect you. And I want a collaborative sense. And so I will probably have something to where when an AI detects you, they will alert AI around them to where your location is. And so we can they can start working together in a sense. And so you don't want them to know where you are, because if you do, they'll start alerting other AI and it becomes harder and harder. And as you're running and they're following you, they're alerting the AI ahead of you, kind of thing. So it really encourages the stealth style mechanic. But we also want you to be able to transition out of that. Once you get caught, you transition into the evasion mechanics. And then we want you to be able to transition back. That way we have that up and down cadence. So instead of breaking vision allows you to escape from them, like going under furniture will allow you to transition to an area they can't get to, which would block them from following you altogether. I think is more of what I'm thinking, or is more of the way I'm thinking on that one. Which is going to make our procedural generation of layout, if we want to go that route in the future, much more difficult. Because now we need to incorporate into our procedural generation how to do choke points and how frequently they should be for you to transition between that. But I think this idea of you being one of the last cats and they're actually trying to help you, but in your mind's eye as a cat kind of thing, they're the man's holding you down, you know. I was thinking about that as well. I think what I might do, because they have a thing for this on the collectible front, I think I might introduce some sort of mechanical system that will encourage this. I'm not quite sure what that would be just yet, which is why I didn't mention it before. But if we do Black Cat, you could they like, it'd be a trap. They would set out a box for you, but if you find it, you can jump into it, and there would be some benefit for hanging out in the box, is what I was thinking. So instead of collecting, you'd find a box, and then sitting in the box would give you some sort of benefit, you know? I think that would be funny. Because it would dual purpose then. These could be trap points set by the people trying to capture you. They'll set out a box. And so as a cat, you want to sit in the box. We need to tie some benefit to sitting in the box. But once you sit in the box, it's going to trip the AI around you to start closing in on you. You know what I mean? And so there's a benefit to sitting in the box. I don't know what it'd be yet. But it comes to the cost of AI around you are going to start circling and closing on you. And so you only have a certain amount of time. Yeah, I was thinking it would probably make sense to tie it to a power-up system. If we go back to the Cthulhu that we were talking about before, the cosmic horror-esque side of it, boxes could start unlocking your different capabilities, you know what I mean? And so you could unlock your powers by chilling in boxes. That would be an option. I mean, we don't even have to get super complex with it. Just because if we tie it back to the whole cosmic horror thing or to witchcraft in some way, again, we're using a black cat, so it's a pretty easy one. The powers can be pretty much whatever we want them to be, essentially. I am tempted, based on what we've been talking about, I am kind of tempted to do this in a side scroller. I think we get a lot of benefit in flexibility, though, if we do it top down. We can't do jumping, of course, but we could use boxes as rest points. Hear me out. So if we use the boxes as a rest point, we can follow some like how Final Fantasy and stuff does their leveling systems. And so collecting mice, whatever, you know, we have some other collection mechanic. It could be time-based, NPCs evaded, whatever. And then when you find a box, you can hide in the box for a period of time, and it would be like a rest point. It kind of function as a semi like a checkpoint, and so that's how you would cash in. And so it would function from a roguelike standpoint, it would function like a store in a roguelike. You can exchange the things you've collected for power-ups. And so when you find a box, you would chill in the box, and it would let you do your purchase phase. Let me check this message real quick. But I am definitely leaning towards a top-down stealth-based roguelike. Everything else after this point is theme and set dressing, to be honest. Making a good evasion stealth game is going to be the core of it all. I think that's where we start. So, I dropped in a scaffold for a game design doc because this is a hard requirement for this game jam. I was thinking about a distraction mechanism. My thought for it was much more mundane. Like you can capture a mouse and you can use it as a decoy. I don't have a game name. I guess it really comes down to thematically, what do we want this to be? Do we want this to be The Last Cat, kind of, or do we want this to be, Cat Thulu? Speaking of cats, did you have a good nap, little kitty? Do you want to say hi? You want to say hi to everybody? Say hi, little kitty. That one is Kiri. She's the baby. I say baby. She's like a year old. We have a black cat in the house named Edgar. He weighs like 20 pounds. He looks like a small panther. He is currently sleeping on my bed. I'm pretty sure. But so we have two. I think no matter what, our style genre combination is going to be, it's a cozy themed rogue like stealth escape game. That's a lot of buzzwords that I just typed out. Where you play as a cat trying to escape a research lab. We can flesh out a little bit more on why you're in the research lab. Maybe we remove research. A laboratory. As Kami pointed out, we could do a cyborg cat. We don't really have the art for that, though, is the problem. I'm not an artist. I'm not going to be able to create that. So that puts us in a bit of a bind there. So relying on our art assets, we do have a little bit that goes a tad into the witchcraft style of things. And we definitely have, cats. We got so many cats. And we got quite a few cozy environments. Finding a laboratory environment might be a little more difficult, but we can probably make that work with what we have. I feel like there's a modern interiors asset pack that we could grab. If we go to assets. I want to say it was modern interiors. I feel like this has the flexibility that we could make it feel laboratory-esque. Yeah, we could definitely make this feel laboratory-esque. Like, at least enough so. That would be a good one. A psychic cat. We can, I want to say, the asset pack on this one's going to be a little bit stretched because I want to say this is 16 by 16 and we've got our cats, which are more like 64 by 64. So we might have to finagle things to make that work visually, but also it's a game jam. This is meant to be a prototype. So if the assets don't quite mesh perfectly, that's fine. Also, I want to point this out. We have, not that we'll be using it, but we do have this as an option. Zombie cat. This is part of the asset pack we bought. But I want to say where was that? There was a... Damn, where's that? There was a very large number of packs that came with this bundle. Here we go. I don't know what all is covered in this. This goes back to the style we didn't quite like as much, though. But there's a Halloween cat. We have a lot of the the person who did this asset pack made a lot of like Halloween style things. There's ghosts, there's, you know, zombie stuff, there's alchemy style things. There was one in here somewhere. I thought it was in this bundle of assets. That was focused on witchcraft. Maybe not. Unless it was at the very beginning, so I missed the first few. No. I was looking at something earlier that had witchcraft themes on it, though. The asset pack we have for cats actually does have 4 or 5 different cats that are all the exact same model. So that we could do different forms, have different powers. That would actually be a good one. I like that from the sense that we could use that in the... Instead of doing a chameleon, like you shift between the different forms. I like that from being a... Each cat has a different ability, and you get to choose which one you play each run as. I kind of like that. Okay. YouTube. Masudi. I am not familiar with Supabase. I am familiar with Firebase. I actually have quite a few websites that I built over the years that run on Firebase. So I can't really speak to which of those two would be better. But I am familiar with Firebase. I've enjoyed working with Firebase. It's pretty easy to get things up and running. Just be careful on how you allocate things and how your security is set up. But yeah. If we go the route... Each cat form could have different like stats, for lack of a better word. And so like the black cat could have a reduction in visibility, so improved stealth. Let me pull up the... I think I actually have this one downloaded. So all cats. So we have white, orange, black, gray, gray, white. And then whatever, tan. But even just trimming it down, you know, black could get a boost stealth, for example. Then we have, you know, orange could get a... Like, it's faster, but it's more visible. So it's harder to hide, but the cat can move faster, has a higher base move speed kind of thing. We could also use the... We could also use the boxes as a resting mechanic. So the encouragement for resting in a box is that you refuel whatever your special ability is. And you can only use it so often. And so the frequency at which you can use your ability is determined by how frequently you rest in a box. But when you rest in a box, it recharges over a time period and AI starting closing in on you. And so you have to determine how long are you willing to stay in the box in comparison to AI in closing. You know what I mean? that would be a way of doing it. And so we can use the different styles of cats to have different base stats, and maybe I like the idea of just going it with different base stats. And so we could do different things like, you know, actually I think black cats, unfortunately I don't think the zombie cat's not one of these assets, so I don't know if it'll have all of the same sprites, but it is from the same artist, so it is possible. We could go the route that, like, the black cat is considered the magic one, and so they would have lower base stats across the board, so it'd be harder for all the physical aspects, but they can use their cat powers more frequently. And then we could either have each cat has a specific innate power tied to them, or, like you mentioned with the zombie cat being a fear thing, or we can have it be to where the level up system lets you unlock psychic powers tied to your cat, or independent of your cat. And so our level up system can be independent of the what cat you chose. And so it would be more like, you know, Hades from a roguelike standpoint, where you have some things that are gated to you depending on which weapon you chose, but for the most part, all of them are always available. Looks like we've got ads starting on Twitch once again. So I'm going to take a second to answer messages and stretch. So give me one moment and I will be back in a minute or so. And we're back. So I like the direction we're taking on this. I'm going to grab the modern interiors. I have this asset pack actually already. Perfect. Even better. So we're going to grab this asset pack. And we will extract here. We're going to, right, before we dive into that, let's document things. So I think the route here is that we use the different, I'm using Manjaro, which is a fork of Arch Linux. It just has a much easier to use installer. You don't have to build everything yourself. I used to use Gentoo, which is the most extreme of extreme that you can do. It was literally the Linux kernel in a terminal. Uh, we don't do that anymore. I didn't get time for that. So our goal, primary task, secondary task, win condition. Our goal is to escape. We can come up with a name. I have heard of Albert. I'm not familiar with it. Evade capture as you find way your freedom. I need to find the example game in my mind that is 2D indie game. Play as a dog. I need to find the indie game I'm thinking of. I wish I can remember where I watched it. That would help. It's a 2D top-down indie game. Nice. Yeah, I need to get back to making videos on YouTube once again. I used to make technical videos back in the day, but I've been out of the loop for quite some time. And my dog. What's up, buddy? What's up? We normally don't go out for another hour. What do you want, buddy? Alright, I don't even know what the search would be for this. Dog video game where you get people to chase you. I wish I could remember the name of this game. Dog's Life. This is a old PlayStation 2 game. It's not the one I'm thinking of, but apparently the one I'm thinking of is a remake of this in a more modern 2D style. What images? Nope, not forms, images. If I can find an image of the game. Because I know what it looks like. That's what we need right now. I want to use that as the like direction that we're going when it comes to the chase mechanics. Well, let's skip that for now. So in the end, examples of similar games are parts pulled from other games. The core concept we're going for, control scheme. We're going to do what? Movement with shift to sprint and roll to crouch. Crouch isn't the right word. Sneak. It would be do we want to introduce dashing? Dashing, sneaking. I don't think it makes sense for this kind of game. I think you should always be in a more or less run state. Maybe we can introduce shift as a dash ability that you can unlock for like essentially a dodge roll equivalent. Maybe we do a momentum buildup to encourage continuous running in the chase. I don't plan on monetizing this game. This is for a game jam, so this is a learning experience for me. If it becomes a thing and I want to move forward with it, then I will monetize it through whatever platform I sell it on as a sell it for a set price, and it will not be expensive. Because again, this was intended to be a learning game jam experience for me. So I'm fully of the opinion that build something you want to build that you enjoy building, and if it happens to align with something people want and they're willing to pay for it, then you can look into monetizing it then, because that encourages selling a completed game. Which, like, I'm not interested in using this as a way to just bleed people of money. You know what I mean? Maybe we don't do control to sneak, but I do like the shift with shift and space keys for special abilities can be unlocked during a run. We'll do something like that. And then the core mechanics are going to be stealth focused gameplay to avoid enemies. Once alerted, enemies will chase and attempt to capture the player. Player can move under certain pieces of furniture to use as obstacles for escape. It's the core mechanic we're working off of. As a progression system, players can unlock special abilities throughout a run. These abilities will be randomized and limited in use. Can be restocked at certain points. I think grammatically and so that gives our core gameplay loop. I think that flushes it out well enough that we have a direction to go off of that. Balance and pacing. Let's a target run. A run should last roughly, I'm thinking 10 minutes ish. We should have a range. And so if you're failing a run, we want even a bad run to still last a few minutes. So maybe we actually reduce that down. Maybe our target goal is something like 3 to 5 minutes. Encouraging replaying runs through alternative options and alternative we'll call them classes through encouraging replay runs through a combination of classes, randomized power-ups, and procedural maps. I mean, system design is one of the things I know the most about. Because again, I was a software engineer for over a decade. When it comes to designing systems and how they work within existing systems or in conjunction to others, that's one of my strengths. The stuff that I'm lacking in when it comes to game development, if you exclude more artistic things like music and literal art and stuff like that, the areas that I want to grow and learn more about are like the creative interactions between things, and which is why I'm focusing on mechanical systems. So I've done plenty of like low-level technical things, even when it starts getting into what would be considered parts of AI, the game AI, not like generative AI. Because when we start having things like state machines, those are a common thing that I've had to deal with before. So it gets into this weird area when I'm doing it from game dev stuff that I'm doing state machines in a way that are pretty different, but they're all still state machines at the end of the day. And so I get to use things I've already know how to do. I've done tree traversals and A-star algorithms, not in the context of games, but in the context of real world situations for systems. And so those are all things I've done, but I've just never done them within the context of game. And so I like building mechanical systems because I like coding. And so I try to focus on more mechanical heavy things, which means working on AI, dealing with the vision stuff, lighting, shaders, those kinds of things are all interesting to me. Which is why I built them, you know. We don't need any sort of catch-up mechanics. From a pacing standpoint, we do want to put a note in here. Runs should alternate between stealth and chase segments to give a ebb and flow. Let's up this. I'm thinking a short run we can go runs as short as 3 minutes, but I think our main target for a full run segment should be closer to 10 minutes. I appreciate the subscription. Yeah, I haven't posted any videos, but if you look at some of my older ones, they are focused on what I would consider, again, they're in the web design stance, or web systems, web dev. That's the word I'm looking for. They are mid-tier in complexity. Yep, some old Polymer stuff. I was involved with the original Polymer team. I actually have. Hang on just a second. I have a couple of these. Chrome. Here we go. This was the in 2017 in Copenhagen. This was the last Polymer summit that they hosted before they just started bundling it into the Chrome Dev Summit. I got invited to this one. I also got invited to the 2 following Chrome Dev Summits as well. This I'm just showing the back because I don't want a full name. Although it is in there. So I got this one was from 2019. The first one was from 2017. This was 2018. I got invited back 2 years in a row. I worked with the Chrome team for a while on their open source projects. So Polymer back then, which eventually evolved into Lit, which is what I still use today. When I'm building websites and I want to build something, I usually use Lit. Mainly, I just use Lit HTML. Occasionally, I'll use the more verbose wrappers for it, but I just like it because it lets me build JavaScript in my HTML in JavaScript. Yeah, a lot of my older stuff is quite old, but it is, again, it's like routers and things like that, which are mid-tier in web dev. They're something that you have to do to make a functional web application that is not just a HTML first, every page loads independently. A lot of it was focused on that, but it's not. I wouldn't go so far. It's like the entry point to system design. It's something you're going to have to do. It requires a little bit of thinking about it, and it impacts your system at large, but it's also isolated to just the one system, and it's not overly complex, which is why those are the starting videos for it. That was back from before I joined Amazon. Because I did it 3 years in a row. The first one was when I was working at a company in St. Louis, and then there was I showed you guys the Nevada energy thing before. That was when I was working with the company that contracted me out to there. And then the third one is when I was working at Amazon. I'm pretty sure it was on Amazon. 2019, I would have been working at Amazon, yeah. Well, that's me doing this in a way. Let me see if I can. There's my Amazon tag from when I went to the Chrome Dev Summit. Yeah. Back in 2019. But I got those, and then I've got. Might not have it over here. I've got other paraphernalia from Amazon. And it's all the way up on the top shelf. I don't feel like grabbing it. I got a whole bunch of cups from the different teams I was at while I was there. So, Amazon was the last major, like the last corporation I worked for. That was 2023. Yeah, I think it'll be 3 years in about a month since I left Amazon. I was working full remote, and we had at my 4-year mark. It was like a month before my 4-year mark. I'll have to check it out. It was around my 4-year mark, which Amazon is notorious for, like, kind of kicking you in the jewels when it comes to pay around your 4-year mark, because the way they do their like stock, when you join the company, you negotiate a 4-year stock plan, and then every year, not your first year, but after starting your second year and beyond, you start negotiating 2 years out. So it's a continued thing. And I was about to drop, like, my pay, my annual income was about to drop like 30 or 40% as I transitioned from my 4th year to starting my 5th year, because of how their compensation worked. So I was about to take a pretty hefty hit on income. The company this was the tail end of COVID, so they were trying to get into this, like, wanting to phase people back into the office. But I was full remote and had to work remote. But the team I was on was like feeling the pressure kind of thing. And so I was in that weird situation on that front, but I literally lived states away from my old office. And so there was zero chance of me going back into the office. And then the team I was working on, which was a design system focused team, we got the axe. So the whole department got cut because we were a cost reduction, not a profit making team. And so our team just got dismantled. And so we all effectively got offers from other teams to go join other teams. But I was going to have to go work under a different manager. I had some good luck and some bad luck with managers at Amazon. And I didn't really want to go through that again. All this combining with the fact that I was at my 4-year mark, and Amazon, as part of axing teams, if your team got axed and you didn't take an offer, you got a severance package on top of your normal severance package. And so I could either continue working there and, earning what I was earning at Amazon, or I could take like a 6 or 8 months severance package. And so I just took that. And when I did that, I, took a little bit of time to myself, and I started my own company. And so over the past 3 years, I, outside of life things, I'm engaged now. I wasn't back then. And, we own a house and stuff like that. Outside of life changes, I would just do whatever kind of felt like. So there was a time where I've got a laser engraver sitting over. I need to put together, it's put together. I need to set it up so I can actually use it again. Where I was fiddling around with some laser induced graphene stuff based on a white paper I'd found. I've got a 3D printer that I still need to bring here. It's at my parents' place right now in storage. It doesn't fit in my car. I need to either dismantle it or bring my fiance's SUV up there. And so that we can fit it in the back. I got into 3D printing, and so I made some small engines. I was 3D printing like little electric motors and things like that, which is a huge pain in the ass for coiling wire. I was looking into making my own solar panels, though I never actually managed to make any on that one because I didn't want to. The one I was looking at required baking copper and stuff like that, and it was getting weird. I do have a public company, yes. Technically, all of the stuff I do on here is under that. Ceph.tech, Ceph Technologies LLC. It's not a publicly traded company, but it is a public company. I do contracting and consulting mostly is what's part of this, and that's what I've been paying the bills with. It's just I contract with a company to do a project when it's needed, and then I do the thing, and then move on. The sign-in on here is companies that I host websites for. So you can sign in as a domain-specific company, and it will unlock specific things. Obet is a bot I built. This is outdated. I need to update this. Mostly it's here for this terms and conditions and privacy policy pages. I own a Discord bot that I built. It does verification as well as a bunch of other things. We were working on a Twitch app before. I built that into, I'm working on the Twitch integration point, so it'll tie into this bot so you can link your Discord channel to a Twitch channel. I just kind of do whatever I want, realistically. I'm trying to set up a partnership, a working relationship, I guess is the better word for it, with a company here soon that I will be working with them to help build out corporate websites as well as some game dev stuff that they want done and those kinds of things, working with their team and stuff on a part-time basis. And so I can stream when I'm not doing that, and then off stream I'll be doing that stuff. That's a good one. I do a lot of web dev. Again, I've been doing this for closing in on 15 years now, and overwhelmingly I've been what would be classified under a front-end engineer. And so I'm a more, for lack of a better word, technical oriented, which means I tend to prefer you're referring to UX, but yeah, I fit into front end. So I worked with lots of different UX designers over the years. Yeah. And so I've worked with, like when I was at Amazon, I was the senior front-end engineer. So I ran everything front-end. That was my domain. If it got built and shipped to a user, it went through me. I had not my last team at Amazon, the team before that. Because my last team at Amazon was much more focused. That one was like me, one other senior engineer, and then one UX designer because we were doing a design system. Team before that, I was the senior engineer. So if it went to the front end and was shipped to a user, it went through me. I had 5 junior front end focused engineers under me. I worked with the API team, which had its senior engineer that ran that, and then we would work things out. And then we had a UX designer, which would help us design and scope everything to make sure we hit our requirements. So I'm very used to working with UX. We would, generally speaking, both of these would fit under one person. They would do both these tasks, but they would switch them back and forth between user design and user experience. And depending on the team, we might have different people for those, but almost always we'd end up with one person doing both of those roles, mainly because we would get one rec to fill. Like, we got 10 engineers and we get one person that gets to focus on design. And so we would have to find someone that does both user experience and user design, because, like, that's what we got. And so I tended to work with them and have to fill a lot of those. But I'm more of a, give me an existing design and I can point out the flaws or issues with it, and less so creating a new design. I am the exact opposite. I love coding. And so that's actually why I got into coding originally. And that's also why I don't tend to use AI. So I don't know if you can see it. It's a little high up. I have some artwork behind me. I used to draw a lot back when I was in high school and college and stuff like that. So I understand the plight of artists when it comes to like taking work. So I don't tend to use AI from that front because I would rather pay an actual artist go do the thing, especially if it's someone I've worked with before or I know. So I don't like using AI for that. I also don't like using AI on the coding side because I enjoy coding. When I use AI to try to do prompt engineering instead, what it turns into is my job now becomes writing documentation and tests, which I do because I need them done, not because I enjoy doing them. And so it's the things that I care the least about, I enjoy the least, are the stuff that I have to do AI vibe coding and prompt engineering and stuff like that. And it's like, why would I take all of the fun stuff and hand it off to someone else so that I can do all the boring things that I hate doing to begin with? So that's why I tend to write my own code, is just because I enjoy writing code. It's also nice knowing how everything works and figuring it out. And so I will use it from time to time, in particular when it comes to like getting rid of boilerplate stuff. But Yeah. And so what I've found is when I'm out there coding and vibe coding, in order to ensure that it runs properly and to the best I can, I end up spending almost all of my time either writing documentation to outline how it should function and how it should work so that it could go build it, and usually and writing tests that could then be linked to it. And then fighting a lot of rewriting prompts to tell AI to stop disabling tests, of course. But, and that was incredibly boring to me. Like, I did not enjoy that at all. So, yeah, it would just randomly break stuff. And so once it was working, you write a test, you link it up, or you prompt it and get it to write tests, which sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. And then if you didn't, even if you did, sometimes it would break the tests and they'd be like, hey, you broke a test. And its first response would be to comment out the test. I would get AI commenting out or deleting tests, usually commenting out, not deleting. I get AI commenting out tests or disabling the tests that my prompt was literally, this test is broken, fix the test. Fix the code so the test is working, whatever it happens to be. And then I'll follow that up with all tests must be running and passing, and it would still just disable the test or delete the test. So, it no longer had a test that was being suppressed. It's like, hell. So like what it turned into every time I would go in there and start coding in any way using AI, anything more than like changing 1 or 2 lines of code at a time, pretty much like I'm writing code and it's just suggesting the next couple lines. I read it and it was what I was about to write or close enough kind of thing. Anything more than that just consistently turned into me fighting the AI to get it to do the correct thing and not just break a bunch of other things. And that drove me crazy because I don't want to just spend my time fighting the world's worst junior engineer to get them to do the thing that they should just know how to do, not that I hate comparing AI to junior engineers, because at least the junior engineer is trying to learn and do better, enough about that. I have not done this I did not do this on stream. When I was doing, when I decided I wanted to learn more about this, I spent months just vibe coding. That's all I did for like 2 months, is just everything I did during that time period was AI prompts to write the code for me. If something went wrong, I would send a new prompt focused on an area. And I just coded like I do normally, 68 hours a day, 5 days a week, just prompt engineering. I got decently good at it. I can't say I'm like top tier expert or anything like that, but the experience got quicker in some say, but it never felt better. So at the end of the 2-month period, I felt just as pissed off at AI at the end of the 2-month period as I felt at the beginning of the 2-month period. It just never felt like the experience got better for me. I just got better at writing prompts, and it was pissing me off in different ways. But yeah, and that's a default for me. And so the thing I found that I like, that you continue to use AI for, is realistically it comes down to 2 scenarios. The first one is all tied to what I consider boilerplate. And so when I go to spin up a new repository, if I'm setting up a new coding repository to build a new web app, there's copy and paste configs in there for days just to get my environment set up. Copy and paste scripts in there for into my package JSON, and config files into my git ignore, and if I'm using Jest for testing, all that stuff. That getting that scaffold set up, especially when you have an existing repository structure that you can point to and be like, grab the config files from this repository and get them into this repository and link them up. I'll use it for that. The only other time I'm really using it is nowadays is on very, I guess there's one third one though, I'll talk about in a second, but the majority of the time I prefer, in most cases, not all cases, I prefer AI code completion over the built-in LSP. It doesn't always work, and sometimes it hallucinates the craziest things, but when it works right, it's fantastic. And so being able to start typing a for loop and have it fill out everything I wanted it to do for the next 3 lines of code in one tab is great. On occasion, it will completely botch 2 out of 3 of those lines. But a double tap Control Shift D, and it undoes that and keeps the one that was correct. So from time to time, it's a little annoying, but it's still code completed, even with having to do those keystrokes to remove those, and the time it took me to read it and make sure it was correct is still faster than it would have been for me to type it all out myself. And so I use it regularly for that. The one other time I use it outside of just like, searches is if I'm jumping into a repository that I haven't either touched in a long time or that I have never touched. I'm completely unfamiliar with it. I will use it to find things within the repository that I'm looking for. So if I want to make some changes to something, I can use the AI to quickly find that location. That's about the extent of what I use it for anymore. I've just kind of given up on vibe coding with at least our current LLMs. Maybe in a couple of generations, if it's improved enough, I'll go give it another try. But in its current state, it slows me down more than it helps me in the long run. Mainly because when I think of things, when I say in the long run is the most important thing there. Because with the exception of game jam style things or like hackathons, when I'm building something with the intention of maintaining it or reusing it at some point down the road. And so AI is good at slamming together an MVP and then forgetting about it and never touching it again. Sure. If you need to maintain it, the not understanding the code becomes a huge problem. Especially if you want to reuse it inside of things, because it's not great at system design. So if I'm not writing out what the API should look like and handing it that, which is in a lot of cases the majority of what I'm doing anyways, the majority of the code I have to do ends up in that to begin with. So if I'm not doing that, then it's fine. But a VM is in a virtual machine. I don't tend to run VMs. When I'm on Windows, I use WSL, which technically is a virtual machine. I don't use VMs because when I'm building things, I usually run in the cloud. I worked at AWS for 4 years. So technically I worked at Amazon for 4 years. I worked in AWS for a year and some change. And then I worked in Amazon.com, which is their website, for almost exactly a year. I think it was 13 months. And then the remainder of that 4-year period, which was a year, almost 2 years, a year and 3/4-ish, was technically in the warehouse. The same org that owns all of the warehouses. I was in AFT, which is Fulfillment Technologies. But all of them used AWS's. Well, the first team I was on, when I was actually in AWS building AWS consoles, we didn't use AWS's infrastructure, which is the most ironic thing ever. After that, all of the teams I worked on, when we deployed things, we deployed them to AWS. So I got pretty good at building AWS stuff for hosting. the problem with vibe coding I found is if there's a bug, debugging it becomes a nightmare. And so the long-term maintainability of the code goes down the less you're directly involved with it, and the more you leave it up to the AI is the main problem I've seen with my experience doing vibe coding. When it works right, which is a rarity, it's nice, especially if you don't have to come back to it later and you can just leave it at as is. You know what I mean? I keep getting distracted though. We need to finish out this document. Character design. I'm going to leave this blank. We got a direction on it. Actually, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop in. I need to figure out what we're going to use for the different assets, but I know what we're using for our player asset. And I keep closing that file. I need to just leave that open. That is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for dolphin. What was that? Let's grab you. Let's zoom in. Grab you. Copy. Let's do clipboard. Should be able to paste. We want to figure out. I want like lab coats. When I'm thinking like scientists like being trapped in a lab, I'm thinking, you know, scientists in lab coats. Is what's chasing our player character. Do we have... Hear me out. Our character being chased by cat girls. No, we're in a lab setting. So I really would like to set it up so that it makes sense thematically with the enemies. I still really like these too. I don't think there's a way we can work it into the what we landed on topic wise. The slime cats. Technically, this is an option, and it gives us one of the problems that I was thinking about. Different characters having different, because this is a it does give science-y vibes in that if you think about it from the sense of like what's the word I'm looking for, like hazmat suits. We can do that. We can use the different colors of enemies to indicate different styles and approaches of the AI. Like, you know, that way we have some visual cue when you're approaching an enemy to know, are they, you know, I don't different AI types. I don't know what we're looking for here, but maybe we have AIs that have improved awareness, and so they're better at detecting in certain ways, and so you can learn the different types of AI and how they function, and then we can use the visual cues of their suits to distinguish between them. That might actually work for us. I do need to double check this. Is this for commercial or personal? Which is how all of theirs should be, if I'm not mistaken. This is all from the same person. Commercial or personal use. I'm gonna have to go through and check all of them, but they should all be from the same. We're not looking at that one. This is the only one that's from a different artist, which I believe this one is for personal or commercial use. I have the paid version. Yeah. So, that solves that problem. So maybe we use this for players' character, or sorry, the AI, the enemies. Copy. And then something like I mean, I'm leaning towards this one right here. Maybe this would be a good one. Copy. Something like that. So a procedurally generated oratory with multiple floors. Start at the top, goal of reaching the bottom to escape. Tight corridors and rooms meant to feel restrictive, to funnel movement and encourage stealth play while providing evasion routes. To start, we'll handcraft a app or two to help build the design before moving to proceed to generating floors. There we go. Cozy vibes with dark undertones. So we want it to be a cozy art style. But we want it to have the darker undertones. Again, this would mean things like actually in this asset pack. How they have like the people dying and the bloody. We can use stuff like this to give the darker tones. Like we want the setting to be darker, you know what I mean? Like not visibly darker, but like that dark world to it. As part of the claustrophobic feel, which is going to be undertone and aesthetic, that constricted, hunted, claustrophobic feel during gameplay, facilitated by restrictions to player view and view tight corridors and AI entrapment style tactics. That should be a good one. Not really gonna go into color palette. We're using art asset packs, which we've linked above, which is really gonna dictate a bunch of what we have access to. So we don't really get much of a choice on that one. I don't quite know the path we're going to take on audio and sound effects just yet. The sound effects, I don't think are going to be too much of a problem. We can get away with quite a bit on the sound effects, just focusing on the normal sounds that would make sense. Player movement, dashing, those kinds of things. The audio, the music that's going on, I think is going to be harder for us. Little to no narrative, focused on setup and minor dialogue between enemies to give the coordination feeling. Audience and market, we'll come back to that one. Design pillars. So we need to figure out our design pillars, some examples, and the audience market stuff. All right. Dog wants to go outside. I need to take a short break. Unfortunately, timing wise is off on ads, so I'm gonna go ahead and start the ad just a little bit early. I'm not Among Us. Apparently the same creator that has the asset pack that we're using for our cat, our player model, also has an Among Us asset pack for commercial use, so I'm going to use that. But we're using this for our scientists. It's perfect because there's multiple colors and our enemies are the scientists, and so we can give different AI techniques to the different colors. So it helps give that visual alignment. But give me just a minute and I will be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and run an ad while we're wandering off. Hi. We are back. Yes, I try and take a break every 30 minutes, roughly when the ads come up on Twitch. I run a minute and a half of ads every 30 minutes so that we can disable the 5-minute required ads. It also gives me a chance to get up and stretch so I don't hurt as much later because, you know, we've been streaming for what, 6 hours and 20 minutes already. Riven Main, I'm going to have to look into that. So there's two things that come into play here. We have so anyone can go and make a perfect one-to-one clone of a game. Any game. With two exceptions. One is trademarked gameplay mechanics. They're surprisingly rare, but they do happen from time to time. But they're also very specific. The two most popular ones that come to mind is Crazy Taxi. They have the little arrow pointing towards your next objective. That literally that cone arrow pointing to your next objective is trademarked. And Simpsons Hit and Run actually got sued over that. The other one, which is why we actually have mini maps with quest markers and stuff on the mini map now instead of that used to be the thing. So the other common one, and that everybody's much more popular that people are going to be aware of, is Pokemon's trademarking of throwing a Pokeball. That is trademarked. Specifically, the trademark for the Pokeball is very specific, and it's tied to like the Pokemon Arceus or something like that. It's they're throwing a sphere that can capture a monster in a 3D space where it hits, and then there's a chance of it capturing and shows an animation and stuff like that. It's like verbatim, and it's why Palworld no longer does it. I am not a lawyer. I don't know the specifics on what can or can't be qualified for being trademarked, so I can't really talk to that. I just know it's extremely difficult to get gameplay mechanics trademarked. I do know one of the requirements is that it can't be something that is like prior. There's a word for it, but like you can't trademark something that's already in public domain, essentially. The other thing that you have to worry about is IP, and that is like, because the game itself and the mechanics won't fall under that, but you can trademark and have things aligned with your characters. And so in Among Us, if they went down the route of creating a trademark on the visuals associated with Among Us, that would become an issue. Mario, for example, is one that's in there. You can't go and make Mario or Pokemon, like literal visual Pokemon clones, because then you're falling into their trademark when it comes to the visuals. Let's see. Is Among Us trademarked? It is copyrighted. Name characters and game elements with strict rules against unauthorized commercial use of its IP, though they have a fan creation policy allowing some limited fan works. If you deviate enough, you can get around it. I don't know if this deviates enough, so that might be an issue for us. I mean, it's fairly different. Let's see. What are the requirements of this game jam? You need a commercial license for all assets you used. So, bit of a problem there. We hope these points. What is not allowed? Here we go. Using monsters. Don't actually mention they there's a gap in there. So for non-commercial use, you can do most anything. Obviously there's limits on certain uses, but when it comes to commercial use, it's a little more restrictive, but it's not accepting licensing requests that parts mod sequels among us. You can use their it's not. It is neither explicitly approved or denied. Weird. The intention here is the practice of getting to the point where you can turn it into profit. So what I mean by that is if you, and this is generally a good practice in my opinion, if you build something and people really like it, you should be able to move forward with it to turn it into a product that you can sell. If you build it around concepts that are not commercially available for you, that immediately bars off that possibility. So it is a good practice to put it in a situation where even if you have like the free version of it, which doesn't allow for commercial, if they offer paid, you should be able to just make it with the free version and then pay for the paid version and then turn it into a marketable product. You know what I mean? And so the entire game jam here is oriented on the fact that you could eventually turn it into it. Yeah. More or less. And if they exclusively allow non-commercial use, then that immediately bars off that option unless you rework it to not use those. And so this is just saying do it in a way that won't handicap you in the future. I am going to say we shouldn't use these. Mainly because the asset pack, I think, don't get me wrong, this is different enough to where I could probably argue it's not the same kind of thing, but I don't want to. I don't want to have to deal with a potential takedown notice from Innersloth because it straddles that line and then have to argue it. You know what I mean? I'd rather just not use it to begin with, which sucks because that solves some more problems, but we'll have to find a different asset pack that does that. So let's look at sprites. In a 2D style. No. Let's remove the style restriction. Let's I want it in a modern. I think we want characters, not sprites. Hey, look, a hazmat character. Little scientist. We're getting a lot of these that are... let's do 32 by 32. All right, well, that's not an option for us. Let's do styles. The broader pixel art. Well, that's a short list. Let's, I guess, do the broader 2D. I want to get the concept across. I'm not particularly locked in on it being a perfect fit or anything like that. I would prefer to have multiple variants of each lab coat. This is a high fidelity. I wasn't sure if they offered smaller assets of it. What if we do futuristic, maybe? No. Sci-fi. Lots of robot options. Gives a bit of a problem. I wonder if there's any other. Let me scroll through my other asset packs real quick. I don't think. There is another one that comes to mind. Right. I know there's another good source of assets. I'm just blanking on the name of the website. Here we go. See if we can find characters. That's not one of it. Okay, let's do. Pixel art, I guess. Just hoping they might give sprites and characters pixel art. This is what we're looking for. That would provide a lot of help. That's one of the big arguments that a lot of people use for Unity is their built-in asset store. Maybe basement enemies. I believe they do have a. I don't know if they offer it for Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, and I don't know if they offer like assets though. Like what you're thinking. Yeah, they don't have. I mean, maybe I could find a different source for it. This is more like drag and drop for functionality. Yeah, so this can give like different functionalities, tools, code scripts. So you can actually go in here, and if I remember correctly, they have player controllers. Oh, this is for multiplayer. 2D maybe. Left under control. Yeah, 2D character controller. So you can actually drag and drop scripts. First person player controller. Player controller in C#. So there's different, like here's an FPS one. So you can get drag and drop controllers for how to control players. Shaders is the one I'm most interested in, to be honest. So you can do different like PS1 visuals and apply different built-in shaders. Although I am also interested in building my own shaders, so I probably do that, to be honest. That'd be cool. Yeah, this isn't gonna give me anything I need. So I think this will work perfect for what I want to do. We just need to make sure. Interesting. I don't know. I've never used this site before, so I don't know anything about them. It looks like you can't buy a specific asset though. It's tied to a subscription, which I don't want to get an asset pack under subscription, and then as long as we have the game, we need to keep the subscription. I think this is another one. I don't know. Those. How do you do your pricing? Also subscription based. This feels an awful lot like yeah, this is an image generator. That's not what we want. Let me see if I can find, if we pop back into, actually I have tab open for it. We go to browse, assets, scientists. Oh, hey, look, this looks familiar. 70 cents. You must purchase it at or above the minimum price. Get assets, following files. Boom. I need information on whether or not it's available for commercial use before I go ahead and buy it, though, because do. Continue. Use copy adapt. So once you pay for a product, grants you a limited, non-exclusive, non-transferable license to all resources purchased. You may use game assets as many times as you like. Distribution source is not forbidden. You can sell and distribute games with our assets, so it is viable for commercial use. Unlimited number of free and commercial projects without a royalty. Perfect. The problem we're going to run into, though, and the question I have, is going to be tied to grant you limited to all resources purchased from Craft Pick Store. Makes sense coming from here, but they reference it here, so I would assume this falls into the same policy. I think this is exactly what we want, to be honest. What's in the bundle and how much does the bundle cost? Well, I don't want to buy that. Now that's a list of packs right there. Oh, wow. That's a long list. No wonder it costs so much. Well, I guess 49 is not a whole lot. I was not expecting a list that long, though. All right, well, let's grab our scientist pack. I'm willing to spend 70 cents for this project. And the minimum is $1. Okay. So let's remove. We're gonna keep that. Let me go ahead and extract here on this. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit on that. All right, copy. Let's swap this out. There. Still didn't come up with this. Designed to be a single player experience hosted on, through itch.io on the web. Age group. Technically, I mean, it's meant to be a cozy game with just some dark humor themes. And it's so low that I don't really have a specific age group in mind with this. I'm just kind of building something that I would enjoy to play. If we look at it from the standpoint of mechanical systems and who would make the most sense for those, we're looking at probably teen to adult. Mainly because the stealth mechanics on younger audiences don't tend to work great because it requires that strategic thinking ahead of time. And also, well, I guess mechanical responsiveness is fine, but that ebb and flow with the up and down time also tends to suffer on younger audiences as well. So if we focus in the age group towards teen to adult, we can do dark humor aspects and strategic gameplay setup. I feel like these two gear it more towards the teen to adult audience. Okay. We still need to come up with our example images of similar games, which is I'm going to struggle with, unless I can find the one I'm thinking of. And when you come up with a name, this is all focused on similar games and where we're pulling our stuff from. Design pillars. So let's do the 14 forms of fun. So, fun. I think this one is going to be... I think we can immediately narrow this down quite a bit with a few of these. So I'm going to pop this over here. So let's find out what makes sense. So immediately we can say intellectual problem solving is one possibility that if we're wanting to lean a lot more towards the puzzle solving side of things. Comedy, if we want to lean more towards the dark humor side of things. Thrill of danger, I think, is going to be one for us regardless. I think this just needs to go into one of our pillars. And the others are going to be application of ability or advancement and completion. So advancement and completion is going to gear us very heavily towards either a roguelite as opposed to a roguelike, where we are unlocking and getting achievements and things like that. Introduction of achievements, collectibles, those kinds of things, gear it towards this, which strays us away from the original roguelike setting, which makes me not want to go this route. So I think we want to go ahead and remove that. Intellectual problem solving gears heavily towards the stealth side of things, whereas application of ability gears heavily towards the evasion side of things. Those are the two core mechanics that fit into this. Thrill of danger. How we express thrill of danger is going to be, thrill of danger. Exhilaration coming from a dangerous activity. The rush associated with doing an dangerous activity. How engrossed you are in the game, you still know that nothing really bad can happen to you. Basically, a situation can be thrilling if its stakes are high enough. Poker, for example, due to the financial loss. A special mode. Hardcore mode in games where you lose your character. So I was thinking thrill of danger more in, I guess it would be fit under application of ability. How is this how it relates to our game? Hang on, I should put thrill of danger back down here and how we want to think about that. Intellectual problem solving. How it relates to our game. So in our game sense, the way we would relate back to this would be utilization of stealth mechanics to avoid combat and creative use of blockades and other obstacles to decouple's not the right word. Not detach. Disengage from the chase. This is where the intellectual problem solving would come into play. And then application of ability is going to be the moment to moment. So let me see exactly how they phrase this in the 14 forms of fun. Application of skill is actually of a skill is the exact phrasing for it. Form a marble starts blah blah. These games require certain skills to perform a task. Often use video games have pretty much exhausted all challenges of hand-eye coordination. Action games are a whole genre based solely on this challenge. Ability to move, aim, and shoot correctly. Utilization of movement in conjunction with manipulation of enemy AI and obtained skills / abilities to get through high velocity is not the right word. High impact, that's not the right. High threat segments. Sure. So it really comes down to, do we want our third pillar to be, I like 3 pillars, by the way. I feel like having 3 pillars to focus on puts it in a generally good situation. It's a small enough number that I don't have to worry about too many conflicts. It's a large enough number that I don't like run out of things to think about. You know what I mean? It's not too focused, but also not too broad, I guess is what I'm getting at. And so for a third one, Thrill of Danger is hard, because this is going to be things like hardcore mode in games where your progression is lost upon death. Technically, that is true. In a roguelike, it's a full reset. But maybe that actually is what we go with. I really like the thought of using comedy more so. But I also don't want a lot of narrative text either. So comedy here would have to be tied more to theme setting, things like that. So if we use comedy, how would we phrase this? Setting, theme, environment. Being used to establish absurd, extreme, establish absurd situations for comedic relief. So we're not relying on narrative humor so much as we want to encourage gameplay, emergent gameplay that in itself could be humorous, or build the setting, theme, and environment in a way that provides the humor, is what I'm thinking. Do we add a fourth one? Do we gain a benefit from completely and utterly locking off meta progression? I don't think we do. I don't think this game needs a complete loss of meta progression. I think we benefit from not having meta progression in the MVP that we're building for this game jam just due to time. But if we wanted to build a long-standing game post game jam and turn this into a product, I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't do this in the sense of introduction of meta progression. So I'm okay with not incorporating Thrill of Danger into a core concept for us. I'm perfectly fine with that. Let me remove some of this white space. Wow, we're so close to 2 pages. I might be able to get it once we clean up that a little bit. Maybe we can downsize this to be in alignment with the others. Yeah, that did it. Other than pages sticking around for some weird reason, but whatever. I feel like we obviously still have some gaps in here. Like, how do we want to handle the audio and sound effects? And we still need to settle on a name for the game. I can remove this placeholder reference. So we still need a game name. We still need to settle on audio stuff, and then we still need to find examples of similar games. Specifically, we're probably going to be looking at finding cozy looking games and finding games built around stealth roguelikes. We're probably going to have 3, to be honest. One for stealth, what I'm have in my mind for how we want to handle the stealth mechanics. One for how we want to handle the evasion running mechanics, and then one for what we want the visuals to look like, because those are the 3 cores that we are going to be using. Problem solving is our stealth mechanics. Application of skill is our avoidance mechanics, so our running. And then comedy is going to be tied pretty heavily into our visual theme setting world. So maybe finding something that identifies what our design, trying to identify a example of similar core concepts for each of our 3 design pillars as a guiding light would be probably a good approach for this. Overall, I'm feeling pretty good on our GDD though. Again, I need to replace this with an actual example and not just something I pulled from as a placeholder. Let's go ahead and fill in our audio down here so that everything remaining is in this first section. Let's remove a little bit more of that white space. Audio theme and style. I think we want this to lean into music based on state. Slow might not be the right word for it. Fast-paced or chasing. Slow's not the word I'm looking for, but it invokes the feeling I'm looking for, in that I want the stealth to be like when you're sneaking, I want it, like, I'm thinking like, hang on. Let me see if I can find. All right. So I will need to look into all of the details behind this website. There are a lot of limitations on how I can use this. So this might or might not be a proper solution. But my thought process here is, if we can find something like suspenseful, I guess would be the word for it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the vibe we're going for there when you're sneaking around. So atmospheric, suspenseful. So suspenseful horror isn't what we're looking for at all. What would fit under this? Maybe recon? It's not. Tints, I think, might be the right word for it. Alright. Not quite what I'm looking for, but this slaps for sure. Something along these lines. It might not necessarily be this, but this is one option on companies I can go through. Pixabay is a good option, though. If I pop this over here. What I'm trying to go for here, so if we do background music and I guess what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to fit what genre of like what kind of like thematic music I'm going for. I want the music to kind of be split based on the activity that's going on. So state/activity. Fast pace for chasing. So this is going to be like we want the high adrenaline. Fast-paced, high adrenaline for chasing. And then we want something that's like tense, atmospheric, maybe, for stealth. And so we can use musical cues like the background music to transition between when they've detected you and not, to help give insight into it. Outside of that, when we're talking SFX, we're looking at, for lack of a better word, I'm thinking I don't know. I think what we do is we try and fit a stealth might make sense. Actually, I do kind of like that. So we can do, you can hear footsteps and dialogue in the distance or something like that. Actually, I kind of like that. So for the chase scenes, we want something fast-paced, high adrenaline to queue up. For stealth, we reduce audio cues, reduce SFX cues. No, that's backwards. So for chasing, high adrenaline for chasing with reduced SFX cues. Stealth drops background music, amplifies SFX cues. We will need to introduce some sort of positional audio. Because there's no point in doing So with positional audio in mind, we need to provide direction and we need to provide distance out of our audio. Distance is easy because it can just be volume. The closer they are, the louder the footsteps. Easy. That's a good one. Atmospheric, heartbeat, breathing. Stealth drops background music. Removes background music. Amplifies sound effects cues. Footsteps. Adds low volume heartbeat. Don't want to do breathing. We could, in theory, do panting because it is a cat. Heartbeat is universal, though, so that's fine. I like heartbeat, though. So panting doesn't make sense sometimes, doesn't make sense sometimes. So we could add or remove that based on what you were doing previously. Are you out of breath or not? The heartbeat I really like, though, because we can use heartbeat pacing to tie to more tense moments. If enemies are close and you think you're going to be detected, we can crank up the heart rate. You know what I mean? So we can use heartbeat and variable rates to help guide how we're feeling in the moment, or how the player should be feeling. I feel like this gives us a pretty solid basis to work from. I like that. Oh, right. One more thing. Enemies will give audio, visual hints tied to activity or state. So I want them to be able to call out. In my mind, I want it to be that like calling out, go flank them kind of thing from fear. In reality, what I'll probably do is have chat bubbles pop up where enemies are calling commands, so I don't have to do voiceovers. And maybe we'll use a sound effect that will trigger a short sound effect. Specific to the activity. I don't want it to be a full audio cue. Amplify sound effects cues. Add low volume. There. I think I would tie it to, like, I'm thinking like Simoleon style of like, or like the what is the Harvest Moon like game, not Stardew Valley, the other one, where they're on animals, Animal Crossing. Like Animal Crossing, where they're speaking gibberish. That style of sound effect, it would just be a keyed in choice of phrases, probably utilizing inflection. So aggressive lower tones, questioning higher tones with an inflection at the end kind of thing, and then link those specific to messages. So you can hear the cue, a short, concise cue that will give an impression of their intention. And then you can read the chat bubble to get the specifics on the intention, but they would be linked, is what I'm thinking. We'll see on that one. All right, this means that all we're really missing from having our game structured is this first section where we define our game name and we find similar games. Nothing's coming to mind on this one. I guess bits and pieces from other games come into mind, but I don't really know of any roguelike stealth games. I know of a handful but they're all combat oriented. It's not a super common thing to do. I'm gonna have to think on that one for a little bit. It is almost 6 o'clock. Dog is getting antsy because it is past time for dinner for him, which also means it's past time for dinner for me, and I haven't ate because I don't eat breakfast or lunch. So we've also been streaming for over 7 hours straight. I am going to take a break. I will think on this a bit tonight. Hopefully tonight, if not tonight, then sometime tomorrow off stream. I will land on what I want these to be so that our game design doc is done. And we can just call it done and move on. And I don't have to think about it again aside from using it as a reference until this game jam is over. And then in a perfect world, I'm feeling good enough tomorrow because I'm actually feeling pretty good today so far. We'll see. Hopefully I'm feeling good enough tomorrow that I will start coding. I would like tomorrow to be focused on our player controller and our rough draft of the enemy AI. I'm probably not going to do a bunch of the like collaboration style things, but I would like to get the core chase mechanic for the like most basic AI, the detection system in and kind of fleshed out. I've got some ideas on how I can do that will work a lot better than our last one. I should be able to knock that all out tomorrow, and I can just throw in a tile set and just paint the minimal requirements for collision and AI pathing. And I should be able to get through that, hopefully tomorrow, and that should get us a pretty good start point. Yeah, I mean, if you want to code along, you're more than welcome to. Off stream tomorrow, I mean, like I said, I'm going to be trying to do some things. Starting Monday, I'm torn. I normally take Mondays off. Doing 2 days off in a row and coding, we'll see. I might do a stream Monday. I might do a stream tomorrow. It kind of depends what's going on with everything else. I will be coding tomorrow and Monday for sure on Tuesday. I say for sure. Let me pull up my calendar. I think I have it planned out to where the next 2 weeks, Tuesday through Friday, I will be on stream. But I was also getting a message from my parents recently about my sister coming to the town. So I think she canceled. But yeah, I don't have anything on my calendar. My intention right now is Tuesday through Friday next week and Tuesday through Friday the following week. From 10 a.m. Central Time, which is 11 a.m. East Coast or 8 a.m. West Coast, until 4 p.m., which would be 5 p.m. East Coast and 2 p.m. West Coast, Central US. I will be on stream coding. I will probably be coding off stream as well, outside of those windows, but that's when I am guaranteed to be on stream coding. And I mostly outside of that, I'm just doing research and stuff, although tomorrow and Monday will be a major exception for that. So expect me Tuesday for sure, possibly Monday. We'll see how things go. But yeah. And to answer your question, Masudi, you should send me the link on Discord. That would be the best way to do it. In the below section and my about on my profile and stuff like that, I have my Discord in there. You can find me as well as the Discord community server as well that I have set up. So it on YouTube, it should just be linked below. Is it u/recursive? I think it uses a U in there. No, was it at? That's Twitch that uses the U. At RecursiveStorm. There we go. Yeah, so if you go to my YouTube, then there's a more link section and there's a Discord linked in here. Perfect. Message to me on there. I will check that out here in a second. I don't have Discord pulled up. So, like I said, tomorrow and Monday I will be coding off stream for sure. I might stream in a little while, either or both of those days. We'll see. And then Tuesday for sure, our normal stream time, I will be on. Between now and then, I would like to get our base player controller out of the way so we have our initial movement. We will still have to do a lot when it comes to adding the variants in things like our abilities and our stats and those kinds of things. So we're going to have a lot of work still. But I want to get the base thing buttoned up, preferably tomorrow, to be honest. If within the next 3 days we can get our initial tile set in, enemy AI, at least the roughed out version that's working smoothly, if simplistically, and a roughed out version of the player controller, I think we'll be in a pretty good shape for this game jam. Even better if I can also knock out some menu stuff while we're at it. Within the first week, in a perfect world, we will have more or less the majority of our gameplay done, and so we can spend the second week doing polish and improvements. But thanks for joining me. Like I said, Tuesday we'll be back for sure. Keep an eye out. Tomorrow and Monday I will post in the Discord ahead of time if I decide to or not. Most likely I won't. Fiance comes home tomorrow and I need to get some coding off stream and knock some things out anyways. So again, thanks for joining me. For those on Twitch, if I will set up a raid here in a second. For those on YouTube, I don't really have that. I don't think that's a thing on YouTube. I need to look into that. Who is online on Twitch? Perfect. Hypnotic Games is on. So let's hop over there. Actually, Ginger Dev is on. I don't know what he's building. I never get to catch his streams. His streams times are so offset from mine. So let's hop in on him. He's a cool guy. I don't know what he's building though. So we're gonna hop into that. Let's get the raid started there. Once again, thanks for joining me. We'll be back Tuesday for sure. We might get something set up between now and then, but I'll see you guys then.